I know you're ready to let go and drift into a peaceful sleep, relaxing with the help of this video. But before you do, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really motivates me to create more videos like this. And I'd love to know, what time are you listening to this? And where are you from? Is there a story or character you'd like me to tell next? Leave a comment and share your peaceful space with me. Story: The Talented Hunter. The wind howled through the jagged peaks of the Blackthorn Mountains, carrying with it the scent of pine and the faint, metallic tang of an approaching storm. Below, nestled in a narrow valley where the trees grew thick and the river ran cold, lay the village of Hearthglen, a cluster of crooked rooftops and flickering hearths that seemed to huddle together against the wild unknown. It was a place of simple folk, farmers, woodcutters, and hunters who lived by the rhythm of the seasons and the mercy of the forest. Among them was Lucas, a young man of 20 summers, with calloused hands and eyes that gleamed like polished amber in the firelight. He was no stranger to the woods, but he was no legend either. Just a hunter, good with a bow, who brought home deer and rabbits to keep his mother's stew pot full. Lucas had grown up on the edges of Hearthglen, in a cottage so small it seemed the wind might carry it away. His father had been a hunter too, until a bear's claw ended his days when Lucas was barely old enough to string a bow. Since then, it had been just him and his mother, Mara, a woman with a sharp tongue and a heart worn thin by years of scraping by. She'd taught him to track, to skin, to survive, but she'd also taught him to stay small, to keep his head down, to let dreams die quiet deaths. The world beyond the valley chews up fools, she'd say, her voice rough as the burlap she mended his shirts with. Stick to what you know, Lucas. The forest gives enough if you don't ask too much. But Lucas did ask too much. Of himself, of the world, of the shadows that danced beyond the tree line. He'd sit by the fire at night, listening to the old men spin tales of knights and dragons, of cursed castles and lost princesses, and something would stir in his chest, a hunger he couldn't name. He wasn't fool enough to think he'd ever be a hero, but he wasn't content to be nothing either. So he hunted, day after day, pushing deeper into the woods than most dared, chasing that flicker of something more. It was on one such day, as autumn bled into winter and the leaves turned brittle underfoot, that Lucas's life took its first sharp turn. The sky hung low and gray, heavy with the promise of snow, and he'd been tracking a stag for hours, a fine beast with antlers, like a king's crown. His breath fogged in the chill air as he crept through the underbrush, bow in hand, every muscle taut with focus. The stag had led him far from the familiar paths, into a part of the forest where the trees grew gnarled and the light seemed to drown in shadow. He didn't mind. The hunt was his sanctuary, the one place where the world made sense. Then came the howl. It wasn't the wind, though it cut through the silence like a blade. It was a wolf, deep, guttural, and close. Lucas froze, his fingers tightening on the bowstring. A single wolf was no trouble. He'd faced them before, but the howl was answered by another, then another, until the air thrummed with their chorus. A pack. His pulse quickened. He'd heard stories of wolves this far north, big as ponies, with eyes like embers, but he'd never seen more than a lone straggler. He scanned the trees, the stag forgotten, and that's when he heard it. A cry, faint and human, buried beneath the snarls. Lucas didn't think. He moved, low and swift, toward the sound. The forest floor crunched under his boots as he wove through the silence, the wolves' growls growing louder with every step. He crested a small rise and saw them. 5 beasts, gray and sinewy, circling a figure pinned against a jagged outcrop of rock. The man was old, his cloak tattered, his white hair whipping in the wind. He clutched a gnarled staff, swinging it feebly as the wolves snapped at his heels. One lunged, jaws wide, and the old man stumbled, his cry sharp with pain. "Hey!" Lucas shouted, knocking an arrow and letting it fly. The shot wasn't perfect. It grazed the wolf's flank, but it was enough. The beast yelped, spinning away, and the pack turned as one, their eyes locking onto him. For a heartbeat, the world held still. Lucas, bow raised, facing 5 sets of bared teeth. Then they charged. He didn't have time to be afraid. The first wolf came at him low, and he sidestepped, driving his hunting knife into its shoulder. It howled, collapsing, but the second was already airborne. Lucas ducked, rolling across the frozen ground, and came up firing. The arrow sank into the wolf's chest, and it hit the earth with a thud. The third and fourth came together, a blur of fur and fury, and he barely got his bow up in time to block a snapping jaw. Pain flared as claws raked his arm, but he twisted free, slamming the bow's limb into the wolf's skull. It staggered, dazed, and he finished it with a quick thrust of his knife. The fifth wolf hesitated, its packmates bleeding out around it. Lucas stood, chest heaving, blood dripping from his sleeve. "Go on," he rasped, raising his bow. "Get!" The wolf snarled once more, then turned and vanished into the trees, its tail low. Silence fell, heavy and cold. Lucas wiped his blade on his trouser leg, his hands trembling now that the fight was done. He turned to the old man, who leaned against the rock, breathing hard. Up close, he was even frailer than he'd seemed, skin like parchment, eyes sunken but sharp, glinting with something Lucas couldn't place. His cloak was patched and faded, but the staff he held was carved with runes that seemed to shimmer faintly in the dim light. "You're a fool, boy," the old man croaked, his voice dry as dead leaves. "Or a brave one, hard to tell which." Lucas snorted, sheathing his knife. "Didn't have much choice. You hurt?" The old man waved a bony hand. "A scratch or two. Nothing that'll kill me yet." He straightened, wincing, and fixed Lucas with a stare that felt like it could peel back his skin. "What's your name?" "Lucas. Just a hunter from Hearthglen." He shifted, uneasy under that gaze. "You?" The old man didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his cloak and pulled out something wrapped in cloth. His fingers shook as he unwound it, revealing a bow, not like Lucas's, rough-hewn and practical, but a thing of beauty. Its wood was dark and polished, inlaid with silver that traced patterns like vines. The string hummed faintly, as if alive. Lucas stared, his breath catching. "Take it," the old man said, thrusting it toward him. Lucas stepped back. "I don't need your charity. I've got my own." "This isn't charity." The old man's voice dropped, low and urgent. "It's a debt repaid. You saved me, and I've little else to give. Take it, or I'll leave it here for the crows." Reluctantly, Lucas reached out. The bow felt warm in his hands, lighter than it should have been, and when he gripped it, a shiver ran up his spine, like the forest itself was watching. He looked up to argue, but the old man was already speaking again, his words slow and deliberate. Listen well, Lucas of Hearthglen. There's a castle in the deep woods, sealed by a curse older than these mountains. A princess lies within, her light stolen, her fate bound. Only one who masters 3 skills of the wild can break the seal and free her. The sight to pierce shadow, the step to defy sound, the strength to outlast time. Learn them, or the kingdom falls to darkness. Lucas blinked, the words sinking in like stones. What are you talking about? What castle? What skills? But the old man only smiled, a thin, crooked thing, and leaned closer. You'll know when the time comes. The bow will guide you. Trust it. Then, before Lucas could protest, the old man turned, hobbling toward the trees. The wind picked up, swirling leaves around him, and in the space of a breath, he was gone, swallowed by the forest, as if he'd never been. Lucas stood there, the strange bow in his hands, the old man's words echoing in his skull. A castle, a princess, a curse. It sounded like one of the tavern tales. Wild, impossible, meant for someone else. He was no knight, no chosen one. He was just Lucas, the hunter's son, with a torn sleeve and a mother waiting for supper. But as he trudged back toward Hearthglen, the bough slung over his shoulder, he couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted. The forest seemed different now, darker, deeper, alive with secrets. The wind whispered through the branches, and he swore he heard it call his name. When he reached the cottage, Mara was at the hearth, stirring a pot of broth. She glanced up, her eyes narrowing at the blood on his arm and the unfamiliar bow. What's that? She demanded. Saved an old man from wolves, Lucas muttered, setting the bow against the wall. He gave it to me, she snorted. Fool's trade. Probably stole it himself. You're lucky they didn't eat you both. Maybe, he said, but his mind was elsewhere. He didn't tell her about the prophecy. She'd call it nonsense, and maybe it was. But that night, as the fire crackled and the wind rattled the shutters, Lucas lay awake, staring at the bow. Its silver inlays glinted in the dark, and he felt that hunger again, sharper now, insistent. The next morning, he rose before dawn. He packed a satchel with bread, a water skin, and his knife. Mara found him lacing his boots and grabbed his arm, her grip like iron. Where are you going, boy? Into the woods, he said, meeting her eyes. There's something I need to find. She stared at him, hard and long, then let go. Don't come crying when it kills you, she said, turning back to the fire. Lucas stepped outside, the bow in hand, and faced the forest. The mountains loomed ahead, vast and unyielding. Somewhere out there was a castle, a princess, a curse, and 3 skills he didn't yet understand. He didn't know if he believed the old man, but he knew one thing. He couldn't stay small anymore. With a deep breath, he started walking. The forest swallowed Lucas whole. The moment he crossed the tree line beyond Hearthglen, the world he knew seemed to peel away, replaced by a labyrinth of shadow and sound. The Blackthorn Mountains loomed overhead, their peaks clawing at a sky that grew darker with every step. The bough from the old man hung across his back, its weight both foreign and familiar, like a promise he wasn't sure he wanted to keep. He'd left behind his mother's sharp words and the safety of the village, driven by a restless fire that burned, oh, hotter than doubt. The old man's prophecy echoed in his mind. 3 skills of the wild, a castle, a princess. And though it sounded like madness, Lucas couldn't turn back. Not now. The first day passed in silence. Save for the crunch of leaves and the distant cry of a hawk, he moved deeper than he'd ever hunted, past the deer trails and the river bends, into a part of the forest where the air felt thick, almost alive. The trees here were ancient, their trunks twisted and moss-draped, their branches knitting a canopy that choked out the sun. Lucas kept his knife close and his senses sharp, but the stillness unnerved him. No bird sang, no wind stirred. It was as if the woods were holding their breath, waiting. By dusk, hunger gnawed at his stomach. He'd brought bread, but it wouldn't last long. He scanned the undergrowth for signs of game, tracks, broken twigs, anything, but found nothing. The forest seemed to mock him, offering only shadows. He settled against a gnarled oak, unwrapping the bread, when a flicker of movement caught his eye. High above, perched on a branch, was an eagle. Massive, its wingspan wider than Lucas was tall. Its feathers gleamed like burnished gold, and its eyes, bright and unblinking, fixed on him with an intensity that made his skin prickle. Lucas froze, bread halfway to his mouth. He'd seen eagles before, but never one like this. It didn't move, didn't blink, just watched. Then, with a suddenness that stole his breath, it spread its wings and dove, not at him, but past him, vanishing into the gloom. A moment later, a piercing cry split the air, sharp as a blade. Lucas's hand went to the bow instinctively, his heart pounding. The cry came again, insistent, pulling at something deep inside him. He didn't know why, but he followed. The eagle led him through a maze of trees, its golden form flashing ahead like a beacon. Branches clawed at his cloak, and roots snagged his boots. But he pressed on, driven by a mix of fear and fascination. At last, the bird landed atop a rocky outcrop that jutted from the earth like a broken tooth. Below it stretched a ravine, narrow and black, its depths lost to shadow. The eagle turned its head, staring down at him, and Lucas felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. "What do you want?" he muttered, his voice swallowed by the silence. The eagle's cry was his only answer. Then it leaped from the rock, plunging into the ravine. Lucas hesitated, peering over the edge. The drop was steep, the bottom invisible. Every instinct screamed at him to turn back, but the bow on his shoulder seemed to hum, a faint vibration that steadied his nerves. He gritted his teeth, slung the bow across his chest, and began to climb down. The descent was treacherous. His hand slipped on moss-slick stone, and loose gravel skittered beneath his feet. Halfway down, his boot caught, and he nearly fell, catching himself on a jutting root. Sweat stung his eyes, but he kept going, driven by the eagle's distant cries. At last he reached the bottom, a narrow gully where the air was damp and the light barely reached. The eagle stood ahead, perched on a slab of stone carved with the same runes he'd seen on the old man's staff. Before it lay a pool of water, still as glass, reflecting nothing but darkness. The eagle tilted its head, and Luca stepped closer. "What now?" he asked, half expecting no answer. But then the bird screeched, and the pool rippled. Images flickered across its surface, shapes at first, then scenes. A wolf stalking through mist, a castle wreathed in thorns, a figure cloaked in the light trapped behind stone. Lucas's breath caught. The water shifted again, and he saw himself, bow raised, standing in a place he didn't recognize. The eagle's voice, impossibly, spoke, not in words, but in his mind, clear and commanding. "See what hides, pierce the shadow." Before he could react, the eagle lunged, talons outstretched. Lucas dove aside, rolling across the damp earth as the bird's claws raked the air where he'd stood. It wheeled, attacking again, and he scrambled to his feet, knocking an arrow. But the eagle didn't strike. It hovered, its eyes boring into his. The gully seemed to darken, the shadows thickening, until he could barely see the bird's outline. Panic clawed at him, but then he felt it. The bow's hum, steady and warm. He closed his eyes, trusting the sensation, and let the arrow fly. When he opened them, the shadows were gone. The eagle perched on the stone, unharmed, the arrow embedded in the rock beside it. Its gaze softened, and that voice came again. "You have the sight. Use it." Then, with a final cry, it took flight, vanishing into the ravine's heights. Lucas stood there, trembling, the bow still in his hands. He didn't understand fully, but he felt different, sharper, as if the world had edges he hadn't noticed before. The shadows no longer seemed so impenetrable. He'd learned the first skill, the sight to pierce shadow. Exhausted, Lucas climbed out of the ravine and made camp under a pine, the eagle's lesson replaying in his mind. Sleep came fitfully, haunted by visions of the castle and the cloaked figure. The next morning, he pressed on, the forest growing wilder with every mile. By midday, he heard a rustle, not the wind, but something alive. He crouched, peering through the trees, and saw it, a leopard, sleek and silent, its spotted coat blending with the dappled light. It moved like water, each step soundless, and Lucas marveled at its grace. The leopard stopped, turning its head to meet his gaze. Its eyes were green fire, and for a moment he thought it would flee or attack. Instead, it padded toward him, stopping a few paces away. Then it bolted, a blur of motion, and Lucas felt the bow hum again. He followed, his boots thudding against the earth, chasing the creature through thickets and over streams. It was impossibly fast, vanishing and reappearing like a ghost, and soon his lungs burned, his legs aching. But he didn't stop. The chase ended at a clearing ringed by stones, where the leopard stood, tail flicking. It leaped onto a boulder, watching him, and Lucas felt that same pull, the forest testing him. The leopard sprang again, this time circling him, its movements a silent dance. He tried to match it, stepping lightly, but his boots snapped twigs, rustled leaves. The leopard growled, low and warning, and darted past him, brushing his leg without a sound. Lucas understood. He slowed, focusing on his feet, his breath, the way the leopard moved. Hours passed, maybe days, time blurring in the forest's grip. He shed his boots, feeling the earth beneath him, learning to shift his weight, to glide rather than stomp. The leopard watched, occasionally nudging him with a paw when he faltered. At last he crossed the clearing without a sound, and the leopard purred, its voice in his mind. Step without echo. You are the wind. Then it slipped away, leaving him alone. The second skill was his, the step to defy sound. Days bled into one another. The forest, a relentless teacher. Lucas's bread ran out, but he hunted now with his new sight, spotting rabbits in the dark, moving silently to trap them. He was stronger, leaner, more alive than he'd ever been. Yet the third skill eluded him, and doubt crept in. What was the strength to outlast time? He pressed deeper, the trees thinning as the ground rose toward the mountains. It was there, on a windswept ridge, that he met the bear. It emerged from a cave, massive and grizzled, its fur streaked with silver. Lucas froze, the bow in his hands, but the bear didn't charge. It lumbered toward him, its breath steaming in the cold, and sat, blocking his path. He waited, arrow nocked, but the bear only stared, unblinking. Hours passed, the sun sinking, and still it didn't move. Lucas's arms ached, his patience fraying, but something, the bough, the forest, told him to hold. Night fell, then dawn rose, and the bear remained. Lucas's legs trembled, hunger gnawed, but he stayed, locked in its gaze. On the third day, his body screamed to give up, but he didn't. The bear stood then, towering over him, and its voice rumbled in his skull. Patience is power you have outlasted. It turned, disappearing into the cave, and Lucas collapsed. The third skill won, the strength to outlast time. Lucas rose, weary but whole, the forest humming around him. He'd mastered the skills, but the prophecy's end loomed larger now. The castle, the princess, the curse. The bow felt heavier, its purpose clearer. He looked toward the mountains, where mist curled like a shroud, and knew his journey was far from over. The air grew colder as Lucas climbed higher into the Blackthorn Mountains, the forest thinning into a rugged expanse of stone and mist. The skills he'd earned, the sight to pierce shadow, the step to defy sound, the strength to outlast time, hummed beneath his skin, sharpening his every move. The bow from the old man rested against his shoulder, its silver inlays glinting faintly even in the dim light, as if it knew where they were headed. Days had passed since the bear's lesson, and though exhaustion tugged at his bones, Lucas felt alive, driven by a purpose he could no longer deny. The prophecy's words looped in his mind. A castle, a princess, a curse. He didn't know what he'd find, but he knew it was close. The ridge he'd crossed gave way to a steep descent, and as he picked his way down, the mist thickened, curling around him like a living thing. It swallowed sound, muted the crunch of gravel under his boots, and left only the steady thud of his heartbeat. Then, through the haze, he saw it, a shape, vast and jagged, rising from the valley below. Lucas stopped, his breath catching. It was a castle, or what remained of one. Its towers stabbed at the sky, broken and leaning, their stone blackened as if scorched. Walls crumbled into heaps of rubble, and thorny vines snaked over every surface, pulsing faintly like veins. The air around it shimmered, a faint distortion that made his eyes ache. This was no ruin left to time. This was the sealed castle, bound by something ancient and alive. He stood there, staring, the weight of the moment pressing down. The forest had tested him, shaped him, but this was different. The castle didn't just sit in the valley. It waited. Lucas adjusted the bow, his fingers brushing its warm wood, and took a step forward. The mist parted slightly, and that's when he noticed the silence wasn't natural. No birds, no wind, not even the rustle of leaves. It was as if the world held its breath, afraid to disturb what lay ahead. The descent took hours, the terrain treacherous with loose rock and hidden drops. Lucas moved with the leopard's grace, his steps silent, his senses alert. As he neared the castle's base, he saw the first sign of its curse, a skeleton, half buried in the thorns, its bony hand clutching a rusted sword. The skull grinned up at him, a warning etched in its empty sockets. Lucas swallowed, his throat dry, and pressed on. More remains appeared, armor-clad warriors, travelers with satchels, all caught in the vines, their bones picked clean. Whatever guarded this place didn't suffer intruders. At the castle's edge, he stopped before a massive gate, its iron bars twisted and fused shut. The thorns here were thicker, their tips glistening with a dark sap that smelled faintly of rot. Lucas narrowed his eyes, calling on the eagle's gift. The shadows shifted, revealing faint runes carved into the gate's frame, symbols like those on the old man's staff and the stone in the ravine. They glowed dimly, pulsing in time with the vines. He reached out, tracing one with his finger, and the air crackled, a jolt of energy stinging his hand. The gate didn't budge, but the runes flared brighter, and a low hum rose from the stone. "This is it," he muttered, stepping back. The bough vibrated against his chest, urging him on. He scanned the walls, his sight cutting through the mist, and spotted a breach, a crumbled section where the thorns were thinner. It wasn't an easy climb, but it was a way in. Lucas slung the bow over his shoulder, tightened his cloak, and began to ascend. The stone was slick with damp, the thorns snagging at his clothes, but he moved with purpose, his hands finding holds where others might have faltered. Halfway up, a vine lashed out, quick as a whip, and he ducked, its barbed tip grazing his cheek. Blood trickled warm down his face, but he didn't stop. Another vine struck, then another, and soon he was dodging a flurry of them, their movements eerily coordinated. He drew his knife, slashing when he couldn't evade, and the sap sprayed, burning where it touched his skin. At last, he hauled himself over the edge, rolling onto a cracked courtyard floor, chest heaving. The castle loomed larger now, its presence oppressive. The courtyard was a graveyard of statues, knights and maidens frozen in mid-stride, their stone faces twisted in fear. Lucas rose, wiping blood from his cheek, and felt the bow hum again. He knocked an arrow, his senses tingling, and moved toward the main keep. The doors hung ajar, their wood rotted but unyielding, and as his sight pierced the gloom within, he saw movement, faint, fleeting, like shadows playing tricks. He stepped inside, his boots silent on the stone, and the air grew heavy, thick with dust and something sour. The hall stretched long and dark, its ceiling lost to shadow, its walls lined with faded tapestries. Lucas's sight revealed more runes here, etched into the floor, glowing faintly beneath layers of grime. He followed them, a trail leading deeper, until he reached a spiral stair descending into the earth. The hum of the bow grew insistent, almost a pulse, and he knew this was the path. The stairs wound tight, the walls closing in, and the air turned frigid. At the bottom, he emerged into a chamber vast and circular, its domed roof cracked and leaking mist. In the center stood a pedestal, and atop it, a crystal orb the size of a man's head, its surface swirling with light and shadow. Around it paced figures, tall, gaunt, clad in armor that shimmered like oil. Their helmets were empty, their movements jerky, and when they turned, Lucas saw no faces, only voids where eyes should have been. Shadow guards, born of the curse. One snapped its head toward him, and the others followed, their swords rasping free. Lucas didn't hesitate. He darted left, his steps silent, and loosed an arrow. It struck the first guard's chest, shattering it into wisps of black smoke. The others charged, faster than he'd expected, their blades slashing the air. He rolled, firing again, and another fell. But they kept coming, relentless. The chamber echoed with the clang of steel and his ragged breaths as he wove between them, using the leopard's gift to stay ahead. A guard lunged, its sword grazing his arm, and pain flared, hot and sharp. Lucas gritted his teeth, drawing on the bear's strength, and held his ground. He waited, letting them close in, then struck, arrow after arrow, each shot precise, until the last guard dissolved, its sword clattering to the floor. Silence returned, broken only by his panting. He approached the pedestal, the orb's light pulsing faster now. His sight revealed threads of energy spiraling from it, stretching into the walls, the floor, the castle itself. The castle. This was the heart of the curse, or part of it. He reached out, hesitant, and the bow sang, a clear, sharp note. The orb flared, and an image bloomed within, a woman, young and radiant, her hair like spun gold, her eyes wide with fear. She stood in a stone chamber, hands pressed against an invisible wall. Trapped. The princess. Lucas's heart thudded. She was real, not just a tale. The image shifted, showing the castle from above, then a tower at its northern edge, its spire intact. That's where she was. But before he could move, the orb pulsed again, and a voice, not the eagles, not the leopards, not the bears, slithered into his mind, cold and venomous. Turn back, hunter. She is ours. The chamber trembled, dust raining from the ceiling, and the shadows thickened, coalescing into new forms. More guards, larger, their armor spiked and gleaming. Lucas backed away, arrow knocked, but the voice laughed, low and cruel. You cannot win. The guards advanced, and he ran, sprinting up the stairs, their footsteps thundering behind. He burst into the hall, the castle shaking now, and made for the courtyard. The thorns outside writhed, sealing the breach he'd climbed through. But he didn't stop. He spotted a shattered window, its frame wide enough, and leaped, tumbling onto the outer wall. The guard's cries echoed behind him as he slid down the vines, ignoring the cuts, and hit the ground running. The mist swallowed him, the castle fading into it, but its presence lingered, a weight on his soul. Lucas didn't stop until he reached a rocky overhang a mile away. He collapsed there, bloodied and breathless, the bow clutched tight. The princess was real, the curse was real, and someone, wanted him gone. He'd found the castle, but he wasn't ready. Not yet. As night fell, he stared into the mist. The tower's image burned into his mind. The skills had brought him this far, but the fight ahead would demand more. He didn't know who the voice belonged to, or what hours meant. But he knew one thing. He'd be back. The mist clung to Lucas like a second skin as he crouched beneath the overhang, the castle silhouette a faint bruise against the night sky. His arm throbbed where the shadow guard's blade had grazed him, and the cuts from the thorns stung with every breath, but he barely noticed. His mind churned with the orb's vision, the princess, trapped and radiant, her eyes pleading through the crystal's glow. That voice, cold and mocking, echoed in his skull. She is ours. It wasn't just a curse he faced now. It was something alive, something that knew him. The bow rested in his lap, its hum the steady pulse, urging him back into the fray. He'd run once, he wouldn't again. Dawn broke gray and thin, the mist retreating just enough to reveal the valley's edges. Lucas ate the last of his rabbit, cold from the night before, and checked his gear. 6 arrows left. His knife, the bow. It wasn't much, but it was enough. He'd seen the tower in the orb, its spire rising from the castle's northern flank. That's where she was. He rose, stretching his aching limbs, and set out, the leopard's silent step guiding his feet over the rocky ground. The castle loomed larger with every step, its broken towers clawing at the clouds. The thorns still writhed at its base, but Lucas's sight pierced their shadows, spotting a narrow gap where the vines had withered. He slipped through, his cloak snagging briefly, and landed in the courtyard once more. The statues stared down, their stone eyes accusing, but he ignored them, moving toward the northern wall. The air buzzed with that same unnatural hum, and the bow vibrated harder, as if sensing the fight ahead. The tower's base was a ruin of collapsed stone, but a doorway gaped open, its frame intact. Lucas stepped inside, the darkness swallowing him, and his sight flared, revealing a spiral stair winding upward. Dust motes danced in the faint light seeping through cracks, and the air grew colder, heavier as he climbed. Shadows flickered at the edges of his vision. Guards, perhaps, or something worse. But nothing struck. Not yet. The stairs ended at a landing, a single door ahead. Its wood blackened and carved with runes that pulsed like heartbeats. Lucas pressed his ear to it, hearing nothing but the bow's hum, then pushed. It creaked open, revealing a circular chamber bathed in dim, shifting light. In the center stood a barrier, a shimmering wall of energy, translucent yet solid, and within it, the princess. She was just as the orb had shown, golden hair spilling over a tattered gown, her face pale but fierce, her hands pressed against the invisible prison. She saw him, and her eyes widened, lips parting in a silent gasp. Lucas stepped forward. Arrow knocked, but the air rippled, And that voice slithered forth again. Foolish hunter, you should have stayed in your hole. The shadows in the room thickened, pooling into a figure that rose from the floor. A man, or what had once been one. He was tall, cloaked in black, his face obscured by a hood that seemed to drink the light. His hands, pale and claw-like, gripped a staff topped with a jagged crystal, its glow matching the barriers. The runes on the walls flared, and the chamber trembled. "Who are you?" Lucas demanded, his voice steady despite the fear clawing his chest. The figure laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "I am Malakar, weaver of shadows, keeper of this light." He gestured to the princess. "She is the kingdom's heart, its last spark. With her, I will remake this world. Dark, eternal." Lucas's grip tightened on the bow. "Let her go." Malakar's hood tilted as if amused. "You think your little tricks can challenge me? I've watched you stumble through the forest, a child playing at hero. You're nothing." He raised his staff, and the shadows erupted, birthing creatures, hulking, twisted things with claws and glowing eyes. They lunged, and the fight began. Lucas moved, the leopard's grace flowing through him, his steps silent as he dodged a claw that shattered the stone where he'd stood. He fired, the arrow sinking into a creature's chest, and it dissolved into smoke. But more took its place. Malakar watched, staff raised, the crystal pulsing with each summon. Lucas wove between them, his sight cutting through the chaos, picking targets. An arrow felled one, then another, but they kept coming, faster, stronger. A claw raked his leg, and he stumbled, pain searing up his thigh. He rolled, firing blind, and heard a snarl as another beast fell. The princess pounded the barrier, her voice muffled but urgent. "The staff! Break it!" Lucas glanced at Malakar, who stood still, staff glowing brighter. The bow hummed, sharp and clear, and he understood. He drew on the bear's strength, ignoring the pain, and waited. The creatures closed in, a wall of teeth and claws. But he held, breath steady, eyes locked on the staff. One lunged, jaws wide, and he sidestepped, letting it crash into its kin. The opening came. Malakar's staff dipped, just a fraction, and Lucas loosed the arrow. It flew true, the silver inlaid bow singing as the shaft struck the crystal. A crack split the air, and the staff shattered, shards raining down. Malakar screamed, a sound of rage and pain, and the creatures froze, then crumbled into ash. The barrier flickered, weakening, and the princess stumbled forward, free. Lucas caught her as Shavia fell, her weight light but solid, her breath warm against his shoulder. "You're safe," he said, helping her stand. She nodded, eyes fierce despite her exhaustion. "Not yet. He's not done." Malakar staggered, clutching his ruined staff, his hood falling back. His face was a nightmare, gaunt, eyeless, a maw of jagged teeth. "You think this ends me?" he rasped, raising a hand. The runes flared again, and the chamber shook, cracks spidering across the walls. Shadows poured from him, not creatures now, but a tide of darkness, rushing toward them. Lucas pulled the princess behind him, knocking his last arrow. His sight pierced the flood, finding Malakar at its heart, and he fired. The arrow struck the sorcerer's chest, and the darkness faltered, but Malachar laughed, pulling it free. I am the curse, he snarled. You can't kill me. The princess grabbed Lucas's arm. The orb. It's the source. We have to destroy it. Lucas's mind raced. The orb in the chamber below, the heart of the curse. He'd seen its threads, its power. Can you walk? He asked her. She nodded, jaw set. I'll follow. They ran, Malachar's laughter chasing them as the tower groaned, stones falling. The stairs were a blur, Lucas leading, his legs screaming with every step. The princess, Alina, she'd whispered her name, kept pace, her strength surprising. They burst into the lower chamber, the orb pulsing wildly on its pedestal, its light now blood red. Shadow guards reformed, blocking their path, but Lucas didn't slow. He fired his knife, not an arrow, and it sank into a guard's helm, scattering it. Alina grabbed a fallen sword, slashing with a ferocity that belied her frail frame, and together they carved a path. At the pedestal, Lucas raised the bow, but Alina stopped him. No, it's tied to the castle. Breaking it here won't end it. We need to take it outside. The guards closed in, and Malachar's voice boomed. You'll die with it. Lucas scooped up the orb, its heat searing his hands, and they bolted, dodging blades and falling debris. The courtyard was chaos, thorns lashing, walls collapsing, but Lucas's sight found the breach, now reopened. They climbed, Alina ahead, Lucas behind, the orb burning through his cloak. A guard's claw caught his back, and he grunted, nearly dropping it, but the bear's strength held him steady. They tumbled into the mist beyond, the castle shuddering behind them. Lucas set the orb down, its light pulsing faster, and looked to Alina. Now what? She knelt, pressing her hands to it, and whispered as words he didn't understand. Old, melodic, powerful. The orb cracked, light spilling out, and Malachar's scream tore through the air as the castle began to crumble. The ground shook, the mist swirling, and Lucas shielded Alina as the ruins fell, the curse's heart shattering with it. When the dust settled, the castle was gone, a heap of stone and thorns. Malachar's voice was silent, his shadows dispersed. Alina stood, trembling but whole, her gown glowing faintly. It's not over, she said, her voice soft. The curse lives in him still. Lucas frowned, the bow quiet now. What do you mean? She met his eyes, resolute. He can't die by steel or stone, only by choice. The weight of her words sank in, and Lucas knew the final test lay ahead. Not of skill, but of something deeper. The valley lay still, the mist thinning to reveal a sky streaked with the first light of dawn. Where the castle once stood, only rubble remained, a jagged scar of stone and thorns, silent now, its oppressive hum extinguished. Lucas knelt beside the shattered orb, its fragments scattered across the frost-kissed ground. Their glow faded to nothing. His hands burned where he'd gripped it. His leg throbbed from the guard's claw, and his back ached with every breath. But he felt none of it. His eyes were on Alina, standing a few paces away, her golden hair catching the sunrise, her tattered gown shimmering faintly as if woven from light itself. She was free, the barrier gone, yet her words hung heavy between them. The curse lives in him still. Lucas rose, wincing as he shifted the bow to his shoulder. It was quiet now, its silver inlays dull, as if its purpose had been fulfilled, or paused. What do you mean, only by choice? He asked, his voice rough from exhaustion. Malakar's gone. The castle's down. Isn't that enough? Alina turned, her face pale but resolute, her eyes carrying a weight that belied her youth. Not yet, she said softly. The orb was his anchor, his power's root, but Malakar wove the curse into his soul. Steel can't kill him, nor stone break him. He'll rise again unless he chooses to let go. Lucas frowned, the bow's silence suddenly ominous. He's a monster. Why would he choose that? Because even monsters have hearts, she replied, stepping closer. Twisted, buried, but there. I felt it when he trapped me. Rage, yes, but also pain. He wasn't always this. Something broke him, long ago. Lucas stared at her, the idea clashing with the image of Malakar's eyeless face, his venomous laugh. You're saying we talk him out of it? After all that? Not force, she said. Offer. He has to see another way. Before he could argue, the ground trembled. Not the violent quake of the castle's fall, but a slow, deliberate pulse. The rubble shifted, stones rolling aside, and a shadow rose thin at first, then solidifying into Malakar. He was diminished, his cloak tattered, his staff gone, but his presence still chilled the air. His eyeless face turned toward them, teeth bared in a snarl. You think you've won? His voice was weaker, cracked but venomous. This is my domain. I'll rebuild stronger, and your light will fade. Lucas knocked an arrow, instinct overriding doubt, but Alina grabbed his arm. Wait, she whispered. Let me. Malakar laughed, a hollow sound, and raised a hand. Shadows flickered at his fingertips, feeble but growing. Come then, princess. Beg for your kingdom. Alina stepped forward, unafraid, and Lucas tensed, ready to pull her back. But her voice was steady, cutting through the sorcerer's sneer. I don't beg, Malakar. I ask, why do you want this? The darkness, the ruin. What does it give you? He faltered, just for a moment, his hand lowering. Power, he spat. Eternity, more than your weak light ever could. Power over what? She pressed. A dead castle, empty shadows. You've trapped yourself as much as you trapped me. Malakar's snarl twisted into something uglier, and the shadows surged, lashing at her. Lucas moved, silent and swift, pulling her aside as the tendrils struck the ground where she'd stood. Enough talking, he growled, aiming at Malakar. But Alina shook her head, stepping forward again. You're afraid, she said, louder now. Afraid of being nothing. I saw it in the orb. Your village, your family, lost to time. You think darkness keeps you alive, but it's eating you. The shadow stilled, and Malakar's form flickered, his voice a hiss. You know nothing, child. I know loss, she said, softer. My father died defending this kingdom. My mother faded from grief. I was alone when you took me, but I didn't turn to hate. Lucas watched, arrow still drawn, his mind racing. Alina's words weren't just for Malakar. They stirred something in him, memories of his father's death, his mother's hardness, The years of scraping by. He'd hunted to survive, not to hate. Could that reach a thing like Malachar? The sorcerer's form wavered, his teeth clenching. Sentiment won't undo me. No, Lucas said, lowering the bow, his voice cutting in. But it might free you. He stepped beside Alina, meeting Malachar's eyeless gaze. I lost my father too. Bear got him. I was 8. Could have hated the forest, the world, everything. Didn't. Kept going. You could have, too. Malachar recoiled as if struck, and the shadows shrank. You dare? Yeah, Lucas said, steady. I dare. You're not eternal. You're stuck. Let it go. For a long moment, silence reigned. Malachar's form trembled, the shadows curling inward, and then a sound, low and guttural, not a laugh but a sob. I wanted to be remembered, he rasped, his voice breaking. They forgot me. Everyone. Alina knelt, her hand outstretched. You can be remembered another way. And this. Rest. The sorcerer's head bowed, his claws digging into the earth. The shadows pulsed once, twice, then began to dissolve, peeling away from him like smoke. His form shrank, the monstrous visage fading, revealing not a man, but a shadow of one, frail and old, his eyes hollow but human now. Rest, he whispered, and with a final shudder, he crumbled, dust scattering on the wind. The ground stilled, the air lightened, the last threads of the curse unraveling. Alina stood, tears streaking her face, and Lucas felt the bow grow warm again, its hum soft, approving. It was over. The sun climbed higher, bathing the valley in gold. Alina turned to Lucas, her glow brighter now, as if the light she'd carried was unbound. Thank you, she said. You didn't have to believe me. Didn't have to, he agreed, a faint smile tugging his lips. Did anyway. She laughed, a sound like bells, and looked toward the horizon. The kingdom's been dark too long. I need to bring it back. Lucas nodded, understanding. You'll be a good queen. And you? She asked, tilting her head. Will you stay? The court could use a hunter like you. He glanced at the bow, then the forest stretching beyond the valley, the skills he'd learned, the trials he'd faced. They weren't for palaces or titles. Nah, he said, slinging the bow over his shoulder. I'm no good with crowns. Would suit me better. Alina smiled, accepting it. Then take this. She pulled a ring from her finger. Silver, simple, etched with a sun. If you ever need me, show it. You'll always have a friend in the kingdom. He took it, slipping it into his pocket. Same goes for you. No castles required. They parted there, Lena heading south toward the kingdom's heart, her figure shrinking into the light. Lucas watched until she was gone, then turned north, back to the forest. The bow felt lighter now, its purpose his own. Weeks later, Lucas stood atop a ridge, the Blackthorn Mountains at his back, the wind tugging at his cloak. He'd returned to Hearthglen briefly, leaving half a deer at his mother's door. She'd scowled, muttered about fools, but her eyes had softened when he hugged her goodbye. He didn't stay. The village was too small now, its edges too tight. The forest stretched before him, vast and wild, whispering secrets he'd only begun to hear. He'd heard tales in passing, bandits in the east, a beast terrorizing a valley west, trouble that needed a hunter. He adjusted the bow, its silver catching the sun, and started walking. The eagle's sight guided his eyes. The leopard's step hushed his tread. The bear's patience steadied his heart. He was no knight, no legend, just Lucas, the skilled hunter, chasing the next horizon. Below, in the kingdom, Alina took her throne, her light spreading through towns and fields, healing what the curse had broken. The people spoke of her return, and in quiet corners, of the hunter who'd freed her. A name whispered, not shouted, as he'd wanted. Malakar's dust settled, his choice a faint echo in the wind, a lesson in letting go. And Lucas? He kept moving, the forest his home, the bough his companion, ready for whatever came next. Story. The hazel branch. The wind swept down from the snow-capped peaks of the Frostvale Mountains, curling through the narrow valley where the village of Hearthwood huddled like a child against its mother's skirts. The houses were small and weathered, their thatched roofs patched with moss, their chimneys puffing thin threads of smoke into the gray winter sky. It was a place of simple folk, farmers, weavers, woodcutters, who lived by the rhythm of the seasons and the mercy of the land. Among them was Ella, a girl of 19 summers, known throughout Hearthwood for her gentle heart and the kindness that shone in her hazel eyes, even when the world gave her little reason to smile. Ella had been orphaned young, her parents taken by a fever that swept the valley when she was barely 6. She'd been left to the care of her step-aunt Greta, a woman with a tongue sharp as a thorn and a heart cold as the mountain snow. Greta's daughters, Hilda and Mara, were no kinder. 2 sisters as lazy as they were spiteful, their days spent preening over cracked mirrors, while Ella toiled from dawn to dusk. The little cottage they shared was a prison of sorts, its walls stained with soot, its floors creaking under Ella's endless chores. She scrubbed pots, hauled water, mended clothes, and tended the meager fire, sleeping each night on a pallet by the hearth, the ashes her only blanket. Yet Ella never complained. Her hands, rough from work, were quick to help. A loaf of bread shared with a hungry child, a shawl darned for an old widow, a bucket carried for a limping farmer. The villagers loved her for it, though they whispered pity behind their hands. Poor Ella, so good, so trapped. Greta sneered at her kindness, calling it weakness, and Hilda and Mara mocked her ragged dress and soot-streaked face. "You'll die a beggar," Hilda would taunt, tossing her blonde curls. "No one wants a kitchen mouse," Mara would add, her pinched lips curling into a smirk. Ella only smiled, soft and quiet, and kept on, her spirit a flame that refused to gutter. Winter came hard that year, the coldest in memory, the river freezing solid, and the fields lying barren under a shroud of snow. Food grew scarce, and Greta's temper sharpened with every empty pot. One bitter morning, as the wind howled through the cracks in the cottage walls, she thrust a splintered basket at Ella. "Firewood," she snapped, her voice cutting like ice. "Out with you, and don't come back till it's full. No wood, no supper." Ella nodded, pulling her thin cloak tighter, its hem frayed, its wool patched a dozen times, and stepped into the storm. The snow stung her cheeks, the wind tugging at her dark braid. But she trudged on, her boots crunching a path toward the forest at the village's edge. The trees loomed tall and bare, their branches heavy with frost, and the silence was broken only by the creak of ice and the distant cry of a raven. She moved slowly, gathering sticks and twigs, her fingers numb as she filled the basket, her breath fogging in the frigid air. Hours passed, the sky darkening to a bruised purple, and Ella's basket was nearly full when she heard a sound, a faint, rasping cough from deeper in the woods. She paused, peering through the trees, and saw a figure hunched against a gnarled hazel tree, its trunk twisted with age. It was an old woman, her cloak a patchwork of rags, her hair a wild tangle of gray beneath a hood. She clutched a staff, her hands trembling, and coughed again, a dry, painful sound that tugged at Ella's heart. Without a thought, Ella hurried over, dropping to her knees beside the woman. "Are you hurt?" she asked, her voice soft but clear over the wind. The old woman lifted her head, her eyes sunken but sharp, glinting like frost on a blade. "Thirsty?" she croaked, her lips cracked and pale. "Water, please." Ella glanced at the flask at her hip, a small dented thing, its contents frozen solid from the cold. She hesitated, then pulled it free, scooping a handful of snow from the ground. "It's ice," she said, apologetic, "but I'll warm it." She pressed the snow between her hands, rubbing until it melted, her fingers stinging with the effort, and held the dripping water to the woman's lips. The old woman drank, slow and greedy, her cough easing as the last drops slid down her throat. "You're a kind one," she said, her voice stronger now, a hint of something ancient in its timbre. She straightened, leaning on her staff, and fixed Ella with that piercing gaze. Few would stop in this cold. Fewer still would give what little they have. Ella smiled, tucking the flask away. "It's nothing. Anyone would." "Not anyone," the woman replied, her lips curling into a knowing smile. "The world's hard, girl, but you soften it. That's rare." She tapped her staff against the hazel tree, its bark rough and silvered with frost. "This tree's old, older than these mountains, some say. It's seen kindness like yours before. Take its blessing, for the day you need it most." Ella blinked, confusion creasing her brow. "A blessing? I don't—" "You will," the woman cut in, her voice firm. "When your heart calls, come here. The hazel will answer." Before Ella could ask more, the wind surged, a gust that whipped snow into a blinding swirl. She shielded her eyes, and when the flurry cleared, the woman was gone, vanished as if the storm had swallowed her, leaving only footprints that faded into the drifts. Ella stood, the basket heavy at her side, the hazel tree silent but somehow different. Its branches seemed to gleam, a faint green shimmering beneath the frost. She shivered, not from cold but from a feeling she couldn't name, and turned back toward Hearthwood, the encounter replaying in her mind. A blessing? It sounded like one of the old tales the village grannies told. Magic and marvels, gifts from the wild. She shook her head, a small laugh escaping her lips. "Fancy that," she murmured, trudging home through the snow. The cottage was dark when she returned, the fire long dead, Greta's scowl waiting like a storm cloud. "Took your time," she snapped, snatching the basket. "Supper's cold, and it's your fault. Sleep hungry tonight." Hilda and Mara snickered from their corner, nibbling on scraps of bread they'd hoarded, and Ella nodded, sinking to her pallet without a word. The ashes were cold against her cheek, her stomach a hollow ache, but she closed her eyes. The old woman's words a warmth in her chest. The hazel will answer. She didn't know what it meant, didn't believe in magic. Not really, but it was a comfort, a spark in the dark. Days passed, the winter deepening, Greta's cruelty sharpening with every frost. Ella worked harder, chopping wood, fetching water, scrubbing floors. Her hands blistered, her back bent, but she kept her kindness, slipping crusts to the beggar boy, mending a torn cloak for the miller's wife. The villagers noticed, their whispers growing. Ella's a saint, poor thing. Greta heard too, her eyes narrowing with something darker than disdain. And Hilda and Mara's taunts grew sharper, their jealousy a quiet poison. One night, as the wind rattled the shutters and the cold seeped through the walls, Ella lay awake, hunger gnawing at her bones. Greta had locked the pantry, Hilda and Mara giggling over a stolen apple, and tears pricked Ella's eyes, not for herself, but for the unfairness of it all. She thought of the hazel tree, its branches gleaming in her memory, and whispered into the dark, "If you're real, I could use you now." The wind stilled, the cottage quiet, and Ella drifted to sleep, dreaming of green leaves and a voice like spring. She didn't know it yet, but the hazel had heard her, its roots stirring beneath the snow, its blessing waking to her call. The tale was just beginning, and the girl with the gentle heart was about to find her miracle. Winter tightened its grip on hearthwood, the snow piling high against the cottages, the wind whistling through the cracks like a mournful song. Inside the little house by the village edge, Ella's days blurred into a rhythm of labor, hauling frozen buckets from the well, scrubbing pots until her knuckles bled, stitching Greta's torn shawls, while Hilda and Mara lounged by the hearth, their laughter sharp as the icicles dangling outside. The cold seeped into her bones, her palate by the ashes offering little warmth, and hunger became a constant companion, gnawing at her with every breath. Yet Ella's hazel eyes still sparkle, her smile still softened the faces of those she met, and her hands, though rough, remained open to give. Greta's cruelty grew with the frost. She'd taken to locking the pantry, doling out scraps only when Ella's chores were done to her impossible standards. "Work harder, girl," she'd snap, her thin lips curling as she tossed a crust to Hilda, who smirked from her chair. "You're not worth the bread you eat." Mara would giggle, nibbling an apple core, her eyes glinting with malice. Ella nodded, silent, and kept on, sweeping, fetching, mending, her stomach a hollow ache, her spirit bending but unbroken. The villagers saw her toil, slipping her a potato or a bit of cheese when Greta wasn't looking, but it was never enough. One evening, as the sky turned a deep, bruised blue, and the wind howled like a beast, Greta thrust a broom at Ella, her voice cutting through the cottage's chill. "The floor's filthy again," she barked. "Sweep it clean, or you'll sleep outside tonight. No supper till it's spotless." Hilda and Mara snickered, their boots tracking fresh mud across the boards, and Ella took the broom, her hands trembling from cold and exhaustion. She swept, the bristles scraping the wood, but the dirt seemed endless, the task of punishment meant to break her. Hours passed, the fire dying to embers, and Greta locked the pantry with a clank. Her shadow retreating to bed, Ella sank to her knees by the hearth, the broom slipping from her grasp, tears pricking her eyes. She was so tired, so hungry, The ache in her belly, a dull roar she couldn't silence. The old woman's words drifted back, a whisper from that snowy day. When your heart calls, come here, the hazel will answer. She'd dismissed it as a dream, a fancy born of kindness and cold. But now, in the dark, it felt real, a thread of hope in the weave of her despair. She glanced at the sleeping cottage, the snores of Greta and her daughters a low drone, and made her choice. Wrapping her patched cloak tight, Ella slipped out, the wind biting her cheeks as she stumbled through the snow toward the forest. The trees loomed black against the sky, their branches clawing at the stars, and the hazel stood where she'd left it, tall, twisted, its bark silvered with frost. She fell against its trunk, her breath fogging, and pressed her hands to the rough wood. I don't know if you're real, she whispered, her voice breaking. But I'm hungry, so hungry. Just a meal, something warm, please. The air stilled, the wind dropping to a hush, and the hazel trembled. Its branches rustled, a sound like laughter or leaves in spring, and a faint green glow shimmered beneath the frost, defying the winter's grip. A voice came, not from the air, but from the tree itself, soft and deep as a river's song. Your kindness woke me, child. Ask, and I will give. Ella's eyes widened, her heart thudding. Before she could speak again, the branches shook, and a handful of hazelnuts dropped to the snow, small, golden, gleaming like tiny suns. She scooped one up, its shell warm against her frozen fingers, and it cracked open at her touch, spilling not a nut, but a puff of steam. In its place appeared a loaf of bread, fresh and crusty, its scent rich with yeast. Another nut fell, bursting into a bowl of soup, thick with carrots and herbs, steaming in the cold. A third became a cluster of apples, red and sweet, rolling to her feet. She gasped, a laugh bubbling up as she gathered the gifts, the warmth seeping into her hands. She sat beneath the tree, tearing into the bread, sipping the soup, biting the apples, each mouthful a balm to her hunger, a comfort she hadn't known in months. The hazel watched, its glow steady, and when she finished, the voice spoke again. Your heart is pure, Ella. Call me when you need, but share what I give, as you always have. Ella nodded, wiping crumbs from her lips, a smile breaking through her weariness. Thank you, she whispered, brushing the trunk with her hand. I will. She gathered the scraps, half an apple, a crust of bread, and tucked them into her cloak, her steps lighter as she returned to Hearthwood. The cottage was dark, the night deep, and she slipped back to her pallet, the hazel's magic a secret warming her chest. Days turned to weeks, the winter unrelenting, but Ella found solace in the tree. When Greta's demands left her shivering in a threadbare dress, she'd steal away to the hazel, whispering for warmth, and a shawl of soft wool would drop from its branches, green as new leaves. When her boots split, a pair of sturdy shoes appeared, laced with vines. Each gift was small, practical, a quiet miracle, and Ella kept them hidden, fearing Greta's wrath. But she couldn't hoard the hazel's bounty, not when she saw the beggar boy's blue lips, the widow's trembling hands, the farmer's gaunt face. One night, she slipped bread to the boy, watching his eyes light up as he ate. Another, she draped the widow in a scarf from the tree, the old woman's tears warm against her cheek. She left apples by the farmer's door, her cloak a shadow in the snow. The village whispered of a secret helper, a ghost of kindness, and Ella smiled, her heart full despite the cold. The hazel became her refuge, its glow a beacon in the dark, and she began to believe, really believe, in its magic, in the old woman's blessing. But secrets rarely stay buried in small villages. One evening, as Ella returned from the forest, a shawl tucked under her arm, Hilda's sharp eyes caught her from the cottage window. "Where'd you get that?" she demanded, snatching at the wool as Ella stepped inside. "Not from our scraps, you sneak." Ella pulled back, her voice steady. "I found it. Someone dropped it." "Liar," Mara hissed, joining her sister, her pinched face alight with suspicion. "You've been sneaking off, haven't you? Getting fat while we starve?" Greta loomed from the shadows, her thin frame a tower of menace. "What's this?" she snapped, grabbing the shawl. "Too fine for a mouse like you. Where's it from, girl?" Ella's heart raced, but she held her ground. "The woods," she said, half true. "I found it there." Greta's eyes narrowed, her fingers tightening on the wool. "The woods, eh? We'll see about that." She tossed the shawl to Hilda, her voice cold. "Tomorrow you're taking us. If there's more, it's ours." Ella nodded, her stomach sinking, the hazels glow a distant comfort in her mind. She lay on her pallet that night, the ashes cold, Greta's threat a weight on her chest. The tree was hers, her blessing, her hope, but she couldn't hide it forever. The wind howled outside, carrying the village's whispers, and Ella closed her eyes, praying the hazel would stand with her, not against her. Morning came, gray and bitter, and Greta roused her with a shove. "Up, girl? Show us your treasure." Hilda and Mara smirked, bundling into their cloaks, and Ella led them into the forest, her steps heavy with dread. The hazel waited, its branches still, its glow hidden, and she stood before it, her breath a foam in the air. "Here," she said, voice low. "This is where I found it." Greta's gaze raked the tree, her lips curling. "A stick like any other. You're hiding something." She turned to Hilda and Mara, her voice sharp. "Search her. She's got more." They pawed at her cloak, finding nothing but a crust she'd saved, and Greta's scowl deepened. "We'll watch you, mouse," she warned, stalking back to the village, her daughters trailing. Ella lingered, her hand brushing the hazel, a silent plea in her touch. The tree rustled, its voice a whisper. "Fear not, child. Your kindness guards us both." She smiled, faint but real, and returned to hearthwood, the hazel's magic a shield she didn't yet understand. But Greta's eyes followed her now, dark with greed, and the tale was turning, its threads tightening toward a reckoning. The winter in hearthwood grew colder still, the snow piling into drifts that swallowed fences and muffled the village's heartbeat. Inside the crooked cottage, the air was thick with suspicion, Greta's sharp eyes tracking Ella's every move like a hawk stalking prey. The shawl incident had lit a spark in her step-aunt's mind, a flicker of greed that burned hotter with each passing day. Hilda and Mara fed the flame, their whispers venomous, as they lounged by the hearth, their chores left to Ella's weary hands. "She's hiding something," Hilda would mutter, twirling a blonde curl. "Gold, maybe, or jewels," Mara would add, her pinched lips curling into a sneer. Ella kept her silence, her hazel eyes downcast. but her heart thudded with the secret of the hazel tree, its glow of fragile light in her darkening world. Greta's cruelty sharpened, her demands doubling, as if to squeeze the truth veil from Ella's bones. She'd send her out in blizzards to fetch water, the well half frozen, or order her to scrub the floor thrice over, the broom splintering in her grip. Supper became a taunt. A crust dangled just out of reach, snatched back with a laugh when Ella finished her tasks. "You're a liar, girl," Greta would hiss, her thin frame looming over the pallet where Ella slept. "Sneaking off, hoarding treasures. I'll find it. Mark me." Ella nodded, her voice lost to exhaustion, and clung to the memory of the hazel's warmth, its voice a whisper in the dark. "Your kindness guards us both." The villagers noticed the change. Ella's steps slower, her cheeks hollow, the spark in her eyes dimming under Greta's shadow. They slipped her scraps when they could. A potato from the baker, a heel of bread from the miller. But Greta's watch was relentless, her daughters trailing Ella like dogs on a scent. The whispers grew. Poor Ella, wasting away. What's Greta done now? Yet Ella still smiled, still shared what little she had, slipping a crust to the beggar boy, a mended scarf to the widow, her hands trembling but open. The hazel remained her refuge, its gifts, bread, soup, a pair of mittens, sustaining her in secret, though she dared not ask for more, fearing Greta's wrath. One bitter night, as the wind roared like a beast, and the cottage creaked under the storm's weight, Greta's patience snapped. Ella returned from fetching firewood, her cloak dusted with snow, her basket heavy with sticks, and Greta seized her arm, nails digging into the thin fabric. "You've been to the woods again," she snarled, her breath sour with ale. "That tree. You're hiding something there. Hilda saw you linger." Ella pulled back, her voice soft but steady. "I was gathering wood, nothing more." "Liar," Mara spat, stepping from the shadows, her eyes glinting. "You've got that look. Smug, like you've got secrets." Hilda nodded, clutching the shawl Ella had brought that fateful day. "This came from somewhere. She's got a stash, Mother. I'd bet my comb on it." Greta's lips curled, a plan forming in her cold gaze. "Tomorrow," she said, releasing Ella with a shove, "you'll take us to that tree. If there's treasure, it's ours. If not, you'll wish you'd never crossed me." She stormed to her room, Hilda and Mara trailing with smirks, and Ella sank to her pallet, the ashes cold against her cheek. The hazel's voice echoed in her mind. "Fear not." But fear gnawed at her now, sharp and real. She couldn't lose the tree, not to Greta's greed. Dawn broke, creak and merciless, the storm easing to a biting wind. Greta roused Ella with a kick, her voice a whip. "Up, girl! To the woods! Now!" Hilda and Mara bundled into their cloaks, their excitement palpable, and Ella led them out, her steps heavy with dread. The forest loomed, its trees skeletal under the snow, and the hazel stood as it always had, tall, twisted, its branches bare but alive with a hidden shimmer. Ella stopped before it, her breath fogging, and Greta shoved past, her eyes raking the trunk. "This?" she scoffed, circling the tree. "A scraggly stick? You've been mooning over this?" Hilda poked at the bark, her nose wrinkling. "Where's the gold, Ella? The jewels?" Mara kicked a root, her voice shrill. "She's tricked us, Mother. There's nothing here." Ella stood silent, her hand clasped, praying the hazel would stay still. But Greta's gaze sharpened, her fingers brushing a branch. No, she muttered, her voice low. There's something. I feel it. She turned to Hilda and Mara, her command sharp. Ask it like she does. Demand it. Hilda stepped forward, her chin high. Tree, give me gold. A necklace? A crown? Now! Mara joined in, her voice greedy. Silks, rings, make me rich. The hazel rustled, its branches trembling, but not with the glow Ella knew. The leaves, hidden beneath frost, turned a sickly yellow, falling like warnings, and a cold wind swirled around them, sharp with displeasure. Greta's eyes flared, her patience gone. Enough games, she snarled, snatching an axe from the woodpile Ella had gathered. If it won't give, I'll take. She swung, the blade biting into a low branch, and the tree groaned, a sound like a wounded beast. Ella gasped, lunging forward. No! Stop! But the branch snapped free, tumbling to the snow, and the air crackled, the hazel's glow flaring briefly before dimming. The severed limb writhed, its bark splitting, and from it slithered a snake, green as spring, its eyes glinting with fury. It reared, hissing, and Greta shrieked, dropping the axe as Hilda and Mara stumbled back. The snake lunged, its coils whipping through the snow, and the three fled, their screams echoing as they ran for Hearthwood, the serpent chasing them to the village edge, before vanishing into the drifts. Ella sank to her knees, her hands on the hazel's trunk, tears freezing on her cheeks. I'm sorry, she whispered. I didn't mean for this. The tree rustled, its voice faint but firm. They took, not you. Your heart keeps me safe. A single nut dropped, cracking into a warm roll, and Ella ate, the magic a comfort against her fear. But the damage was done. That night, Greta stormed through Hearthwood, her face twisted with rage, Hilda and Mara at her heels. She's a witch, Greta shouted, pounding on doors, her voice carrying over the wind. That girl! Ella! She cursed us with snakes! She's hexed the woods! The villagers gathered, their faces pale with cold and doubt, whispers rising like smoke. A witch? Ella? Could it be? The baker shook his head. The widow clutched her scarf. But fear spread, fanned by Greta's lies. By morning, the village square buzzed with unease, the elders calling a meeting. Greta stood before them, her axe raised, the tail twisted. Ella had summoned the snake, bewitched the tree, endangered them all. Banish her, she demanded, Hilda and Mara nodding, their eyes glinting with triumph. The villagers wavered, their love for Ella clashing with their fear. And the headman, a stern man with a gray beard, turned to her. Speak, girl. What say you? Ella stood, her cloak patched, her hands steady despite the tremor in her chest. I'm no witch, she said, voice clear. I've only tried to help. The tree, it's kind, not cursed. They wanted its gifts, not me. The crowd murmured, torn, but Greta's shout drowned her. Lies! She'll doom us. The headman raised a hand, his decision heavy. Tomorrow at dawn we judge. Stay in your house till then. Ella returned to the cottage, Greta's smirk a blade in her back, and knelt by the hearth, the ashes cold. She whispered to the hazel, miles away, her voice a plea. Not for me, but for them. Don't let their fear curse this place. The wind carried her words, the night silent, and she curled on her pallet, the weight of the trial pressing down. In the forest, the hazel stirred, its roots humming beneath the snow, its branches bending with purpose. A single twig snapped free, not cut, but given, small, shimmering, a gift for the dawn. Ella slept, unknowing, her fate teetering on the edge of magic and malice, the tale turning toward its reckoning. The night before the trial stretched long and cold over Hearthwood, the wind howling through the village like a chorus of restless spirits. Inside the crooked cottage, Ella lay on her pallet by the hearth, the ashes a thin comfort against the chill seeping through the walls. Sleep eluded her, her mind tangled with Greta's accusations, witch, cursed, dangerous, and the villagers' fearful whispers echoing in her ears. She'd spoken the truth, but truth was a fragile thing against the blaze of envy and superstition. Her hazel eyes stared into the dark, her hands clasped over her chest, and she whispered to the distant tree, her voice a thread in the storm. Not for me, Hazel. For them. Don't let their fear bring a curse. Miles away, in the frost-bound forest, the hazel tree heard her. Its branches swayed against the wind, its roots humming beneath the snow, and a single twig, small no longer than her hand, snapped free, not torn, but given. It shimmered with a faint green light, its bark etched with tiny veins of silver, and drifted on an unseen breeze, carried through the night to rest by Ella's side. She stirred at dawn, the first gray light creeping through the shutters, and found it there, warm against the cold ashes. She lifted it, her fingers tracing its glow, and the tree's voice whispered in her mind, "When truth is needed, hold me high. I'll shine for you." Ella tucked the twig into her cloak, her heart steadying with its weight, and rose as the cottage woke. Greta's voice cut through the silence, sharp and triumphant. "Up, witch!" she snarled, yanking the door open. "Time to face your judgment." Hilda and Mara smirked behind her, their cloaks bundled tight, their eyes glinting with malice. Ella followed, her patched cloak flapping in the wind, the twig a secret against her chest, as they marched to the village square. The square buzzed with tension. The villagers gathered in a ragged circle around a wooden platform where the headman stood, his gray beard stark against his weathered face. The baker clutched his apron, the widow twisted her scarf. Ella's scarf, in her hands, and the beggar boy peeked from the crowd, his eyes wide. Torches flickered in the dawn light, casting long shadows, and the air crackled with unease. Greta shoved Ella forward, her voice ringing out as she climbed the platform beside the headman. "Here's your witch," she shouted, pointing a bony finger. "She hexed the woods, sent snakes after us. Me and my girls saw it. She'll curse us all if you don't cast her out." Hilda stepped up, her blonde curls bouncing. "She's got a tree, a devil's tree. It attacked us." Mara nodded, her pinched face alight. "We demanded gold like she gets, and it turned on us. Snakes everywhere." The crowd murmured, fear rippling through them like a wave. "Snakes?" the miller muttered, clutching his hat. "A witch, then?" the weaver whispered, her hands trembling. The headman raised a hand, his voice gruff. "Quiet! Ella, speak your piece. The truth, girl, or it's the road for you." Ella climbed the platform, her boots soft against the wood, her cloak fluttering as the wind tugged at it. She faced the crowd, her hazel eyes clear despite the shadows beneath them, and took a breath. "I'm no witch," she said, her voice steady. Yes, her voice steady, carrying over the murmurs. "The tree's no devil. It's kind. I found it in the woods, and it helped me when I was hungry, cold. They," she nodded at Greta, Hilda, Mara, "wanted its gifts, but they took, not asked. The snake came from their greed, not my doing." Greta laughed, a harsh, grating sound. "Lies. She's bewitched it, controls it. She's a danger to us all." The crowd shifted, some nodding, others frowning, torn between their love for Ella and the fear Greta stoked. The headman's eyes narrowed, his decision teetering, and he turned to her. "Proof, girl. Words won't sway them now." Ella's hand slipped into her cloak, her fingers closing around the twig, its warmth pulsing against her palm. She remembered the hazel's whisper, "When truth is needed, hold me high," and raised it, her arms steady, despite the tremble in her chest. "This is from the tree," she said, voice rising. "Let it show you." The twig flared, a burst of green light that blinded the square, and the air shimmered, the wind falling silent. From the glow came a vision, sharp and vivid, playing across the dawn sky like a tapestry woven of magic. The villagers gasped as they saw Greta in the forest, her axe biting the hazel's branch, her face twisted with greed. Hilda and Mara stood beside her, shouting for gold and silks, their voices shrill. The branch snapped, the snake slithered free, and the three fled, their screams echoing as the vision faded, the light dimming back to the twig in Ella's hand. Silence fell, heavy and stunned, the crowd staring at Greta, Hilda, Mara, their faces pale with guilt. The headman's jaw tightened, his voice a growl. "You lied, Greta. You brought this on yourselves." Greta staggered, her axe clattering to the platform. "No, it's her. She's the witch, not us." But the villagers turned, their murmurs rising to shouts. "Liar," the baker called, shaking a fist. "You'd doom her for your greed," the widow cried, clutching the scarf tighter. The beggar boy darted forward, his voice small but fierce. "Ella's no witch. She fed me." The headman raised a hand, silencing them, and fixed Greta with a stern gaze. "You've shamed this village. Leave, or face worse." Hilda and Mara shrank behind their mother, their smirks gone, and Greta spat at Ella, her voice venomous. "You'll pay for this, mouse." But the crowd pressed in, their anger a wall, and she retreated, dragging her daughters into the storm, their figures swallowed by the snow. Ella stood alone on the platform, the twig still warm in her hand, the light fading to a soft shimmer. The headman turned to her, his voice softer now. "You're cleared, girl. But the tree, what is it?" She lowered the twig, meeting his eyes. "A friend," she said simply. "It helps because I asked, not took. It's no curse." She paused, her gaze sweeping the crowd. Faces she'd fed, warmed, comforted, and raised her voice. "Don't punish them. Greta's greedy, but she's hungry too. Forgive them, and let the tree heal us all." The villagers blinked, her words a balm to their fear, and the widow stepped forward, tears in her eyes. "She's right. Ella's always been good to us. The baby nodded, his voice gruff. We've wronged her enough. The headman sighed, his decision made. So be it. No banishment for any of you. Ella smiled, faint but real, and the twig pulsed once more, its light spilling across the square. The air warmed, the wind easing, and a ripple spread beyond the village to the fields, barren and frozen for months. Before their eyes, the snow melted in patches, green shoots breaking through, flowers blooming out of season, yellow and white, a carpet of life where death had reigned. The crowd gasped, a cheer rising as the miracle unfolded. The Hazel's gift not for Ella alone, but for her selflessness, her plea to save them all. The headman clasped her shoulder, his voice thick. You've brought spring and winter, lass. Stay with us. You've earned it. Ella nodded, the twig cooling in her hand, its magic spent for now. The villagers surged forward, their apologies a chorus. The baker with bread, the widow with a hug, the beggar boy with a grin. She stood among them, her cloak patched, but her heart full. The Hazel's blessing a quiet song in her soul. Greta's shadow lingered, a threat on the wind. But for this moment, Ella was safe, her goodness a light that had turned the tide. The day wore on, the village alive with wonder, the fields a promise of plenty. Ella slipped away at dusk, returning to the hazel, its branches still bare but alive. She pressed the twig to its trunk, and it melded back, the tree rustling with approval. Thank you, she whispered, her breath fogging in the twilight. For them, the hazel's voice came, soft and sure. For you, child, your heart is the blessing. And as she walked back to Hearthwood, the stars breaking through the clouds, the tale turned toward its end, Ella's light shining brighter than ever. The dawn after the trial broke soft and golden over Hearthwood, the first warm light in months, melting the edges of the snowdrifts that had gripped the valley. The fields beyond the village bloomed with unnatural spring, yellow daisies and white clover carpeting the once barren earth. A miracle born of the hazel tree's blessing and Ella's selfless plea. The air buzzed with life, the wind carrying the scent of new growth, and the villagers woke to a world transformed, their fear replaced by wonder. In the crooked cottage, the hearth sat cold, Greta's shadow gone, her daughter's laughter silenced. Ella stood alone by the door, her patched cloak draped over her shoulders, the twig's warmth a memory in her hand. Greta, Hilda, and Mara had fled in the night, their belongings snatched in haste, their departure a whisper on the wind. The villagers had watched them go, their anger tempered by Ella's forgiveness, and no one pursued. Good riddance, the baker had muttered, kneading dough with renewed vigor, while the widow nodded, clutching the scarf Ella had given her. They'll find no peace with hearts like that, she'd said, her voice soft but sure. Ella felt no triumph in their exile, only a quiet relief, a space to breathe after years of wait. The square hummed with activity as the day unfolded, the villagers gathering to marvel at the fields, their voices a chorus of gratitude. The headman approached Ella, his gray beard catching the sun, his stern face softened by a rare smile. You've saved us, lass, he said, his hand heavy on her shoulder. That tree, it's no curse, but a gift, and you brought it to us. Stay here, not in that hovel. We've a house for you, small but warm. It's yours." The crowd pressed in, their offers tumbling over each other. The baker with a loaf, the miller with a sack of flour, the weaver with a blanket of soft wool. The beggar boy darted forward, tugging her sleeve, his grin wide. "You'll stay, won't you, Ella? You're the best of us." She looked at them, faces she'd fed, warmed, comforted, and nodded, her hazel eyes bright with tears she didn't shed. "Thank you," she said, her voice clear. "I'll stay." They led her to the house, a modest cottage at the village's heart, its walls sturdy, its chimney puffing smoke from a fire already lit. The roof was thatched fresh, the windows small but clean, and a patch of earth waited out front, ready for planting. Ella stepped inside, the warmth wrapping her like a shawl, and for the first time in years, she felt home, not a pallet by the ashes, but a place of her own. The villagers left her with smiles and promises, bread tomorrow, a chair next week, and she stood by the hearth, the silence a gift as precious as the hazel's magic. Winter faded, the snow retreating under the sun's gentle hand, and hearthwood thrived. The fields yielded early crops, wheat and barley, potatoes and beans, a bounty that filled larders and quieted hunger. Ella settled into her new life, her days softer now. Though her hands never stilled, she baked with the baker's flour, shared soup with the widow, mended the beggar boy's coat with the weaver's thread. The hazel tree remained her secret, its glow a comfort she visited when the nights grew long, its voice a friend in the forest's hush. One crisp spring morning, as the air hummed with bees and the fields danced with green, Ella knelt by her patch of earth, planting a hazelnut she'd saved from the tree's gifts. It was small, ordinary, its shell dull compared to the golden ones that had fed her, but she pressed it into the soil with care, her fingers tracing a wish for growth. The sun warmed her back, her braid falling over her shoulder, and a shadow fell across her. A tall figure, broad-shouldered, his hands stained with forge soot. "Ella," a voice called, familiar and warm. She looked up, meeting the eyes of Lucas, the blacksmith's son, his brown hair tousled, his smile shy, but steady. He'd been a quiet presence in her life, thanking her years ago for a basket of kindling she'd left his father nodding to her in the square with a kindness that matched her own. Now he stood there, a hammer slung at his belt, a bundle of wildflowers in his hand. "Lucas," she said, rising, brushing dirt from her knees. "What brings you?" He shifted, the flowers trembling slightly. "These," he said, holding them out. Daisies and clover, picked from the fields she'd saved. "And, well, you. I've watched you, Ella, all you've done for us. You're good, better than anyone. I thought, maybe, you'd let me help with that." He nodded at the garden, his cheeks flushing. She took the flowers, their scent sweet against the earth, and smiled, a real smile that lit her face. "I'd like that," she said, her voice soft but sure. They knelt together, planting the nut, their hands brushing in the soil, and the day stretched into weeks, then months. Lucas a constant now, his hammer ringing in the forge, his laughter mingling with hers by the hearth. Summer came, warm and golden, and Lucas knelt again, this time with no flowers, but a ring, simple iron, forged by his hand, its edges smooth with care. "Marry me, Ella," he said, his eyes steady. "I've loved you since the kindling, maybe before. You're my home." Ella's heart swelled, the hazel's blessing, a quiet song in her chest, and she nodded, tears spilling at last. "Yes," she whispered, and he slipped the ring on her finger, its weight a promise. The village cheered when they heard the wedding's celebration under the open sky, tables groaning with bread and stew, children dancing, the headman raising a toast. The hazelnut had sprouted, a sapling now, its leaves green and ordinary, no magic in its veins, but a beauty born of Ella's touch. Years passed, the sapling growing into a tree, not vast like its mother, but sturdy, its branches shading the cottage where Ella and Lucas lived. Children came, two girls with hazel eyes, a boy with Lucas's grin, and the village prospered, its fields a legacy of that winter's miracle. Ella grew older, her braids streaked with silver, her hands still gentle, still giving. She'd sit beneath the hazel with Lucas, their laughter soft and as the children played. The village a tapestry of kindness she'd woven thread by thread. One twilight, as the stars broke through a sky of deepening blue, Ella walked to the forest, her steps slower now, Lucas at her side. The old hazel stood as it always had, its trunk silvered with age, its branches heavy with nuts that glowed faintly in the dusk. She pressed a hand to it, her voice a whisper. "Thank you," she said, her breath fogging in the cool air. "For everything." The tree rustled, its voice a sigh of spring. "You were the blessing, Ella. Your heart made me bloom." A single nut dropped, cracking into a flower, a daisy, white and perfect, and she smiled, tucking it into her hair, Lucas's arm warm around her. Back in Hearthwood, the tale spread, a story told by firesides, sung by children, whispered in the fields. Ella, the girl with the gentle heart, who'd turned winter to spring, greed to grace, hardship to happiness. The hazel by her cottage grew, its flowers blooming each spring, a quiet monument to her goodness. Greta's name faded, a shadow lost to time, but Ella's lingered, a light in the valley's memory. The years rolled on, the cottage passing to her daughters, the hazel to their children, and Hearthwood thrived, its people kinder for her example. Ella and Lucas grew old together, their hands clasped beneath the tree, their laughter a thread in the wind. When they passed, the village buried them side by side, daisies on their graves, and the hazel bloomed brighter, its shade a haven for all who sought it. The fairy tale ended there under that tree, not with gold or crowns, but with a happiness simple and true, born of a heart that gave without taking, a blessing that needed no magic to endure. Ella's light shone on, in the fields, the village, the hazel's quiet leaves, a lesson whispered on the breeze. Kindness, not greed, grows the truest wonders. Story: six friends with the same talent. The wind howled through the jagged peaks of the Eldergleam Mountains, carrying whispers of old magic and the scent of pine from the vast forests below. In a forgotten corner of a far-off kingdom, where the roads twisted like serpents and the stars seemed to watch with knowing eyes, stood a ramshackle inn, the crooked hearth, its timbers sagged under the weight of years. Its sign creaked on rusted hinges, and its windows glowed faintly with the flicker of a dying fire. It was a place for wanderers, outcasts, and those the world had no use for, a perfect haven for six strangers whose paths were about to collide. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of stale ale and burnt stew, the floor sticky with spilled drinks, and the dreams of travelers long gone. The innkeeper, a grizzled man with one eye and a perpetual scowl, shuffled behind the counter, muttering about the cold. Around a scarred wooden table near the hearth sat six figures, drawn together by chance, or perhaps something older, something woven into the fabric of the tales this land loved to tell. They were an odd bunch, each marked by a gift so strange it had set them apart from the rest of the world. First was Joran, a wiry young man with legs like coiled springs and eyes that darted like a hare's. He could run faster than the wind, outpacing even the fabled stallions of the king's guard, his boots barely kissing the earth before he was gone. Next to him slouched Bram, broad-shouldered and barrel-chested, his beard a wild tangle of red. One mighty breath from him could uproot an oak or send a flock of birds scattering in panic. Beside Bram sat Lena, a sharp-eyed woman with a rifle slung across her back, her fingers steady as stone. She could shoot a fly's wing from 100 paces and never miss. Her aim a marvel whispered about in villages she'd long left behind. Across the table perched Tilda, a slight figure with hair like spun silver, her head tilted as if listening to secrets no one else could hear. Her ears caught everything, the rustle of leaves miles away, the heartbeat of a mouse beneath the floor, the faintest cry on the wind. Then there was Kael, lanky and quiet, his arms folded but restless. His hands could stretch impossibly long, reaching the top of a cliff or snatching an apple from a tree without moving his feet. Last was Mira, a woman with a face that shifted like water, soft one moment, angular the next. She could become anyone she'd seen, her body molding to their shape with a thought, a trick that had made her both a wonder and a pariah. The fire crackled low, its embers casting a warm glow over their mismatched crew. They had arrived separately that evening, Joran sprinting in from a storm, Bram blowing the door open with a gust, Lena stalking in with her rifle gleaming, Tilda guided by a sound no one else heard, Kale stretching a hand to grab a tankard from across the room, and Mira slipping in as a barmaid before revealing herself with a grin. The innkeeper had grumbled, but their coin, scrounged, stolen, or earned, kept him quiet. Now they sat, sharing a loaf of hard bread and a jug of sour wine, their stories spilling out like threads in a tapestry. I ran from a lord's hunt, Joran said, tearing off a chunk of bread. Hounds couldn't catch me, but they called me a freak, said I cheated nature. Bram snorted, his breath ruffling the crumbs on the table. I blew down a barn once. Accident, mind you. Farmer chased me out with a pitchfork, yelling I'd cursed his cows. Lena smirked, her fingers tracing the rifle's stock. Shot a bandit's hat off at 200 yards. Saved a caravan, but they wouldn't pay me. Said a woman shouldn't shoot like that. Tilda's voice was soft, almost lost in the fire's hiss. I heard a child trapped in a well, 3 villages over. Dug her out, but they whispered I was a witch, listening to spirits. Kyle stretched an arm to snag the wine jug, pouring without rising. Pulled a cart from a ditch with these hands. Folks thanked me, then locked their doors when I passed. Mira's face flickered, briefly becoming the innkeeper's scowl before settling back to her own. Sharp cheekbones, dark eyes. I mimicked a tax collector to feed my sister. She ate, but the village drove us out, calling me a demon. Their tails hung in the air, a chorus of rejection and resilience, and for a moment, the crooked hearth felt less lonely. They were outcasts, yes, but here, among each other, their strangeness fit. The fire sputtered, nearly dead, and the innkeeper shuffled over with a log, muttering about the chill. As he tossed it in, the flames flared, and Tilda stiffened, her head snapping up. "What's wrong?" Joran asked, his legs tensing as if ready to bolt. She pressed a hand to her ear, eyes wide. A voice, faint, far off. A girl, crying for help. She's trapped, in a tower, surrounded by sand. She's scared. The group exchanged glances, the air thickening with curiosity. "Where?" Lena asked, leaning forward. Tilda closed her eyes, listening harder. "West, beyond the mountains. A desert, hot, endless. The tower spins, high above the dunes. She's a prisoner." "A princess, maybe?" Bram rumbled, stroking his beard. "Sounds like one of those old tales." "Could be," Kyle said, his fingers drumming. "But who'd lock her up out there?" Mira's face shifted, testing a regal expression before reverting. "Doesn't matter. If she's real, she needs us." Joran grinned, a spark in his eyes. "A run like that? I'm in. Beats dodging hounds." Lena slung her rifle over her shoulder. "If there's a guard, I'll drop him." "Easy." Hans stood, the table creaking under his weight. "I'll blow the door off if I have to. Been a while since I stretched my lungs." Tilda nodded, her voice firm. "I'll guide us. She's calling. I can hear her." Kyle stretched both arms, cracking his knuckles. "I'll reach her wherever she is." Mira rose last, her form rippling into a mirror of Tilda, then back. "I'll get us in." No one turns away a familiar face. The fire flared again, as if sealing their pact, and the 6 strangers became something more, a band bound by their gifts and a shared hunger to prove themselves. The innkeeper watched, one eye narrowing, but said nothing as they gathered their meager belongings. Joran's patched cloak, Bram's battered hat, Lena's ammo pouch, Tilda's scarf, Kael's rope belt, Mira's plain shawl. They tossed a few coins on the table, enough for the bread, not the wine, and stepped into the night. The wind greeted them, sharp and wild, the mountains looming like sentinels under a sky pricked with stars. Joran took the lead, his steps a blur as he scouted ahead, while Tilda tilted her head, tracking the distant cry. Bram's breath steadied the group, pushing back the chill, and Lena's rifle gleamed in the moonlight, a promise of precision. Kael's arms swayed, ready to stretch, and Mira's face flickered, testing shapes as they walked. They didn't know what lay ahead, only that a voice had called and they'd answered. The kingdom had cast them out, labeled them oddities, but now they had a purpose. A tower in the desert, a girl in need, and 6 talents too strange for the world to ignore. The crooked hearth faded behind them, its light swallowed by the dark, and the tale began to weave itself. A story of outcasts turned heroes, of gifts turned to glory. As they crested the first hill, Tilda whispered, "She's still there." Hurry! And Horan broke into a run, the wind chasing him, the others following, their shadows stretching long and bold. The night was theirs, and the adventure had just begun. The dawn broke over the Eldergleam Mountains, painting the peaks in hues of gold and rose, but the six companions saw little of its beauty. They'd marched through the night, driven by Tilda's whispered updates, each faint cry from the distant tower sharpening their resolve. Joran led the way, his legs a blur as he darted ahead to scout, returning with breathless reports of the path, a winding trail that plunged from the highlands into a valley of twisted trees and hidden perils. The air grew thick with the hum of old magic, the kind that prickled the skin and set the world askew, and the group knew they'd crossed into a realm where ordinary rules no longer held. They were a sight to behold, these outcasts turned comrades. Joran's cloak flapped like a banner. Bram's beard bristled with every gust he loosed, and Lena's rifle gleamed, steady in her grip. Tilda's silver hair caught the light as she listened to the wind. Kael's long arms swung like pendulums, and Mira's form flickered, testing faces as if choosing a mask for the day. The forest loomed ahead, its canopy a dark shroud, and Tilda raised a hand, her voice cutting through the morning chill. It's close now, the first test. I hear howling, spinning, wild. Joran skidded to a halt, dust swirling around his boots. Howling like wolves? No, Tilda said, eyes narrowing. Like the air itself, it's angry. They pressed on, the trees closing in. Their branches knotted and gnarled, until the path opened into a clearing like any they'd seen. Before them roared the whirlwind woods, a stretch of forest where the wind didn't merely blow, but danced in furious spirals, uprooting saplings and hurling leaves like daggers. The gusts formed towering vortexes, their edges glinting with a strange, silvery light, as if the storm itself were alive. Beyond the woods, the trail continued, but no one could cross without being torn apart. Or so it seemed. Bram stepped forward, cracking his knuckles, a grin splitting his face. This one's mine, he rumbled, planting his feet wide. Hold tight, you lot. The others braced themselves, Joran, crouching low, Lena clutching her rifle, Tilda wrapping her scarf tighter, Kyle coiling his arms, Mira steadying her shawl. Bram took a deep breath, his chest swelling like a bellows, and let loose a blast that shook the earth. The air roared from his lungs, a gale to rival the vortexes, and the whirlwind woods buckled. The silvery storms clashed with his breath, twisting and snarling, but Bram didn't relent. He blew harder, veins bulging in his neck, until the vortexes shattered, scattering into harmless breezes that rustled the leaves and faded away. The group cheered, Joran clapping Bram on the back so fast his hand blurred. Knew you'd flatten it, he crowed. Bram wiped sweat from his brow, panting. Aye, but it fought back, tougher than a barn. Lena smirked, adjusting her rifle. Good thing we've got more than barns to tackle. They crossed the now still woods, the air humming faintly as if in grudging respect, and descended deeper into the valley. The trees thinned, giving way to a rocky gorge where a river gleamed, not with water, but with liquid stone. The stone river flowed slow and gray, its surface rippling like molten lead, and anything that touched it hardened instantly. A bird's feather drifted down, struck the current, and turned to granite before their eyes. On the far bank, the path stretched onward, But the river was wide, its edges steep and unforgiving. Magic's getting thicker, Tilda murmured, her ears twitching. The tower's voice, it's stronger here. Kael flexed his fingers, stepping to the bank. I'll handle this. Stay close. He stretched his arms, the sinews lengthening like vines, until his hands reached the opposite shore. Gripping a boulder with ease, his feet stayed planted, his body a living bridge, and he grinned over his shoulder. One at a time. Move quick. Joran went first, sprinting across Kael's arms in a flash, barely a blur as he landed safely. Lena followed, her steps precise, rifle balanced like an extension of herself. Tilda crossed with care, her scarf fluttering, while Mira shifted into Joran's form, light and nimble, darting over with a laugh. Bram came last, his bulk making Kael grunt, but the stretch held, and with a final heave, Kael pulled himself across, his arm snapping back to normal length. Handy trick, Mira said, reverting to her own face, her dark eyes sparkling. Kael rubbed his shoulders, wincing. Handy till it aches. Let's keep moving. The gorge rose into a plateau, the air growing warm and dry, a hint of the desert beyond. But one more trial stood between them and the sands, a vast field shimmering under the midday sun. The eye meadow stretched wide, its grass studded with stone creatures, each the size of a hound, their heads crowned with glowing eyes that pulsed red and gold. Hundreds of them turned as the group approached, their gazes locking on, and a chill ran through the air. Tilda gasped, clutching her ears. They're singing, low, awful. It's a warning. Lena squinted, raising her rifle. Those eyes. If we look, we're done. I've heard tales. They turn you to stone. Joran shifted on his feet, restless. So we run blind? No, Mira said, her form rippling. I'll draw them. Lena, you shoot. Before anyone could argue, Mira shrank, her body folding into a sparrow, small, brown, unthreatening. She took flight, darting low over the meadow, and the stone creatures stirred, their eyes flaring as they tracked her. The group ducked behind a rock, peering out as Mira swooped and dodged, her tiny wings a blur. Lena knelt, rifle steady, her breath slow and even. One by one, she fired. Crack, crack, crack. Each shot a pinpoint of precision, shattering the glowing eyes into dust. The creatures froze, blind and harmless, their song dying to silence. Mira landed, shifting back with a breathless grin. Easy pickings for you, sharpshooter. Lena lowered the rifle, a rare smile tugging her lips. Easy when you've got a decoy. The meadow lay still, its threat broken, and the six crossed it with newfound confidence, their steps lighter, their voices mingling in quiet laughter. Joran raced circles around them. Bram puffed out a playful gust to ruffle Tilda's hair, and Kael stretched an arm to pluck a flower from a distant bush, tossing it to Mira. They'd faced the trials, wind, stone, eyes, and won, not alone, but together, each gift a piece of a puzzle they hadn't known they'd fit. The plateau sloped downward, the air growing hotter, and the desert unfurled before them. A sea of golden dunes, under a sky so blue it hurt to look at. In the distance, a shimmer rose, faint but growing. The tower, spinning slowly above the sands, its crystal walls catching the sun like a beacon. Tilda tilted her head, her voice soft but urgent. She's there, scared but alive. We're close. Bram clapped his hands, a gust swirling around him. Then let's not keep her waiting. Joran nodded, legs twitching. I could be there in a blink. Not yet. Oh, Lena said, checking her rifle. We go as one. That's how we made it this far. Kyle stretched an arm, testing its reach. She's right. Whatever's next, we face it together. Mira's face flickered, settling on her own, fierce and determined. 6 of us. 1 tower. They won't know what hit them. The desert stretched ahead, vast and unforgiving, but the 6 companions didn't falter. They'd crossed the whirlwind woods with Bram's breath, the stone river with Kael's reach, the eye meadow with Mira's guile and Lena's aim. Joran's speed had guided them. Tilda's ears had led them. And now, as the tower loomed closer, they felt it. A bond forged in trials, a strength born of their strangeness. The fairy tale world had tested them, and they'd answered, not with swords or crowns, but with the gifts it had scorned. The sun climbed higher, the dunes shimmering with heat, and the tower's hum grew audible, a low, eerie song that promised more to come. The 6 pressed on, their shadows stretching long and bold, ready for the magic and menace ahead. The desert sun blazed overhead, a relentless eye scorching the golden dunes that stretched endless before the 6 companions. The air shimmered with heat, the sand shifting under their boots as they trudged toward the spinning tower, a marvel of crystal and magic that defied the laws of the earth. It hovered above the dunes, its base a jagged point that never touched the ground, its walls gleaming like liquid glass, refracting the light into rainbows that danced across the sand. The hum grew louder with every step, a deep resonant pulse that vibrated in their bones, and Tilda's silver hair fluttered as she pressed a hand to her ear, her face tight with focus. She's up there, Tilda said, her voice cutting through the wind. The girl, her cries are sharper now. She's pleading, but there's something else. A shadow, heavy and cold. Joran wiped sweat from his brow, his legs twitching with restless energy. Then let's get her out. I can run up that thing in a heartbeat. Lena adjusted her rifle, squinting at the tower's gleam. Not so fast. Look at it. Spinning like a top. You'd slip before you reach the top. Bram cracked his neck, his beard glistening with perspiration. I could blow it still. 1 good gust, and it's ours. Kael stretched an arm, testing its length against the tower's height. Or I could grab her, pull her down before they know we're here. Mira's form flickered, settling on her own sharp features. And if they see us coming, I'll sneak in, look like one of them. The group paused, the tower's hum filling the silence as they weighed their options. It was smaller than any castle that they had seen, its peak lost in a haze of light, and the air around it crackled with an unseen force. Tilda shook her head, her voice low. It's not just the spinning. There's a door. I hear it creaking, but it's locked with words, not keys. And something's watching us. Something big. They advanced cautiously, the sand sucking at their feet, until they stood beneath the tower's shadow, or what should have been its shadow, for it cast none. Up close, the crystal walls pulsed faintly, etched with runes that glowed and faded like breathing stars. At the base, where the point hovered inches above the dune, a door shimmered into view, tall, arched, made of the same glassy substance, but solid and unyielding. Carved across its surface was a riddle, the letters shifting as if alive. What is swifter than wind, mightier than storm, truer than fate? Joran scratched his head, pacing a tight circle. Swifter than wind? That's me, right? Bram puffed out his chest. Mightier than storm? Sounds like my breath. Lena smirked, tapping her rifle. Truer than fate? My aim's never off. Tilda tilted her head, listening to the hum. It's all of us, isn't it? Together. Kael nodded, his arms coiling. We're the answer. Mira stepped forward, her voice firm. Then let's say it, all at once. They gathered before the door, the tower's hum rising to a crescendo, and shouted as one. We are! The words echoed across the dunes, and the door trembled, its runes flaring bright before it swung open with a groan, revealing a spiral stair of crystal that wound upward into the light. The air inside was cool, a stark contrast to the desert's heat, and the group exchanged glances, half triumph, half wariness, before stepping through. The stairs gleamed underfoot, each step ringing like a bell, and the walls reflected their faces in distorted, shifting shapes. Tilda led, her ears guiding them, while Joran darted ahead, scouting the turns. The tower seemed alive, its hum a heartbeat, and as they climbed, the air grew heavy with a presence, dark, ancient, and awake. At the top, the stairs opened into a vast chamber, its ceiling a beat of swirling light, its floor a mosaic of sand and stars. In the center stood a cage of crystal bars, and within it, a girl, young, no more than 16, her hair a cascade of auburn, her gown torn but regal. She gripped the bars, her eyes wide with hope and fear. You came, she whispered, voice trembling. I knew someone would hear. Tilda smiled, stepping closer. We heard you. We're here to. The chamber shook, cutting her off, and a laugh rolled through the air, low, guttural, like thunder trapped in stone. The light dimmed, shadows pooling at the far end, and a figure emerged, towering and cloaked in darkness. It was a man, or had been, his form wreathed in black mist, his eyes two embers glowing red beneath a hood. In one hand, he held a staff of twisted bone, and at his side loomed a beast, a dragon of sand, its scales shifting like dunes, its jaws wide with teeth of jagged rock. The girl shrank back, and the figure stepped forward, his voice a hiss that chilled the air. Fools, he said, staff raised. You've trespassed into my domain. I am Zorak, weaver of shadows, lord of this tower. The girl is mine. Her light feeds me, and you'll not take it. Lena leveled her rifle, her voice steady. She's not yours. Step aside, or I'll put a bullet through those eyes. Zorak laughed again, the dragon snarling as it advanced. Try, little shooter. You'll be dust before you blink. The fight erupted in a heartbeat. Joran sprang into motion, his speed a blur as he circled the dragon, kicking up sand to blind it. The beast roared, swiping with claws that gouged the floor. But Joran was too fast. darting in and out like a wasp. Bram planted his feet, took a deep breath, and unleashed a gust that slammed into the dragon, sending a spray of sand across the chamber. The beast staggered, its scales scattering, but Zorak raised his staff, and the sand reformed, the dragon lunging anew. Lena aimed, her rifle cracking as she fired, not at Zorak, but at the dragon's forehead, where a single ruby gleamed. The shot struck true, shattering the gem, and the beast howled, its form collapsing into a heap of lifeless sand. Zorak snarled, his embers flaring, and swung his staff, sending a wave of shadow toward them. Kael stretched his arms, grabbing Tilda and Mira and pulling them clear, while Joran scooped Lena out of harm's way. Bram blew the shadow back, but Zorak was undeterred, his staff glowing as he chanted, the air thickening with dark magic. "She's my eternity," he roared, pointing at the girl. "Her soul will make me a god." The girl, Alina, she'd whispered her name, pressed against the bars, her voice rising. "He's lying. He's trapped here. My light keeps him alive, but it's fading. Stop him!" Mira shifted, her form rippling into Zorak's own, a perfect double, staff and all, and stepped forward, mimicking his hiss. "Fools, bow to me," she mocked, drawing his attention. Zorak faltered, confused, and Lena fired again, the bullet grazing his staff, cracking its bone. The shadow wavered, but Zorak recovered, his laugh turning wild. "You think tricks will undo me?" He slammed the staff down, and the chamber split, the floor cracking as walls of mirrored glass rose, a labyrinth of reflections trapping each companion in a separate cell. The tower's hum spiked, a scream of magic, and Zorak vanished into the maze, his voice echoing, "Face your fears and die." Joran pounded the glass, his speed useless against its sheen. Bram blew, but the mirrors held, his breath bouncing back. Lena aimed, her shot ricocheting harmlessly. Tilda clutched her ears, the hum deafening her gift, while Kael's arms stretched, finding no edge to grasp. Mira shifted, but the mirrors showed only her true face, locking her in place. Alina cried out, her cage trembling, and the six felt the weight of Zorak's trap. Alone, their talents faltered, but Tilda, through the noise, caught a sound, faint, steady, their heartbeats, 6 rhythms in the chaos. "We're still here," she whispered, forcing her voice through. "Together." The words sparked something, a thread of the bond they'd forged in the trials. The mirrors gleamed, Zorak's laughter taunting, but the 6 held fast, their eyes meeting through the glass. The tower loomed. Alina's fate hung in the balance, and the real battle, within and without, had just begun. The mirrored walls gleamed with a cold, merciless light, trapping the 6 companions in a labyrinth of reflections within the spinning tower. The chamber had fractured into a maze of glass, each panel flawless and unyielding, Zorak's dark laughter echoing through the crystalline corridors. The air thrummed with magic, heavy and oppressive as the crystal cage holding Alina pulsed faintly at the center, her auburn hair pressed against the bars, her eyes wide with desperation. The hum of the tower had risen to a shriek, drowning out all but Tilda's whispered words. "We're still here, together." A lifeline in the chaos. Joran paced his cell, his boots a blur against the glass floor, but the mirrors held fast, his speed useless against their sheen. He saw himself reflected 1,000 times. Slow, stumbling, a boy too weak to run, his deepest fear given form. "I can't break it," he shouted, fists pounding, the sound swallowed by the maze. Bram stood in his own prison, chest heaving as he blew gust after gust, each breath weaker than the last. The mirrors threw his wind back, a feeble breeze that ruffled his beard and nothing more. His reflection mocked him, gasping, breathless, a man whose strength had fled. "It's no use," he growled, slamming a shoulder into the glass, the impact jarring his bones. Lena aimed her rifle, her hand steady, but every shot ricocheted, pinging off the mirrors to strike the air around her. The reflections showed her missing, a trembling girl, bullets scattering wide, her precision lost. "Damn it!" she hissed, reloading with shaking fingers, her voice tight. "I can't see the target." Tilda clutched her ears. The towers hum a deafening roar that drowned her gift. The mirrors whispered lies. Silence, deafness, a world without sound. And she sank to her knees, silver hair spilling over her face. "I can't hear you," she murmured, tears streaking her cheeks. "I can't hear anything." Cale stretched his arms, their length coiling through the cell, but the mirrors had no edges, no holds to grasp. His reflection stared back, short, stunted, hands too weak to reach, and he pulled back, fists clenched. "There's nothing to hold," he said, voice breaking. "I'm useless here." Mira shifted, her form rippling from face to face. Joran, Bram, Lina, but the mirrors locked her in her own skin, pale and plain, a girl no one wanted. "I can't change," she whispered, hands pressed to the glass. "They see me. They all see me." At the maze's heart, Zorak loomed over Alina's cage, his staff glowing with a sickly green light. "Your friends are broken," he sneered, his ember eyes flaring. "Their gifts are nothing against my mirrors. Your soul is mine. Eternity awaits." He raised the staff, a tendril of shadow snaking toward her, and Alina shrank back, her voice a desperate cry. "Fight it! You're stronger than this." The plea pierced the hum, faint but sharp, and Tilda lifted her head, her ears straining through the noise. Beneath the towers a scream. She caught it. Their heartbeats, 6 distinct rhythms, steady and alive. "I hear you," she said, louder now, standing. "Joran, Bram, Lena, Kyle, Mira, I hear you." Her voice cut through the glass, a thread of sound that reached Joran first. He stopped pacing, his reflection flickering as he met her gaze through the mirrors. "Tilda," he called, his speed surging anew. "You're there?" "Yes," she shouted, the hum retreating as her gift fought back. "We all are." Bram heard it too, his chest swelling with a deep breath. "Together, eh?" he roared, blowing a gust that rattled the mirrors, his reflection strengthening. Lena steadied her rifle, the ricochet fading as her aim sharpened, her voice joining the call. "We're not done." Cale stretched again, his arms pushing past the illusion, and Mira's form flickered, settling on her own face. Fierce, defiant. The mirrors trembled, Zorak's laughter faltering as the 6 found each other through the glass, their reflections shifting from fear to fire. Tilda's ears guided them, a beacon in the maze. and Kyl's arms stretched further, piercing a panel to grip Joran's hand. Got you, Kyle grunted, pulling him through, the glass shattering like ice. Joran spun, kicking another wall, and Bram blew, the shards flying as Alina shot a mirror's edge, cracking it wide. Mira slipped through, her form steady, and the five turned to Tilda, Kale stretching to haul her free. The maze crumbled piece by piece, the illusions fading as the six stood together, their shadows bold against the crystal floor. Zorak snarled, his staff flaring, and thrust it toward Alina, the shadow tendril wrapping her cage. You'll not have her, he roared, the green light pulsing as he began to chant, the air thickening with his spell. Joran darted forward, a blur too fast for Zorak's eyes, and snatched Alina's hand through the bars. Hold on, he shouted, pulling, but the crystal held, its magic unyielding. Bram stepped up, breath deep, and blew. A hurricane that slammed into Zorak, forcing him back, the tendril snapping. Lena aimed, her rifle cracking as she shot the staff's glowing tip, the bone splintering, and Zorak staggered, his chant breaking. He's weakening, Alina cried, gripping the bars. The crystal on his hand, it's his power. The group turned as one, their talents aligning like stars in a constellation. Kyle stretched his arms, wrapping them around Zorak's wrist, pinning the staff. Now, Mira, he yelled. Mira shifted, her form rippling into Zorak's own, a perfect double, embers and all, and lunged, mimicking his snarl. Fools! Bow to me, she hissed, her staff raised. Zorak froze, confusion twisting his face, and struck at her, the shadow clashing with itself, shattering more mirrors. Lena seized the moment, her rifle steady as she fired. The bullet struck the crystal ring on Zorak's finger, a jagged shard of green, and it exploded, light and shadow bursting outward. Zorak screamed, his form shrinking, the mist peeling away as the spell unraveled. The cage flickered, its bars fading, and Alina stumbled free, falling into Tilda's arms. You did it, she gasped, her voice raw. But the tower, it's tied to him. It'll fall. The chamber shook, cracks spidering across the dome, the hum spiking to a wail. Zorak sank to his knees, his ember eyes dimming, but his laugh returned, weak and venomous. You've won nothing, he rasped. The tower dies with me, and you with it. Joran scooped Alina up, his legs tensing. Not if I run, he shouted, darting for the stairs, a streak of motion. Bram blew, clearing a path through falling shards, while Kale stretched to grab Mira and Tilda, pulling them along. Lena fired at a collapsing wall, blasting an exit, and the six raced downward, the tower trembling around them. The stairs buckled, crystal shattering like glass rain, but their bond held. Joran's speed, Bram's breath, Lena's aim, Tilda's ears, Kyle's reach, Mira's guile. They burst into the desert, Joran setting Alina down as the tower groaned, its spin slowing, its walls crumbling into a heap of glittering dust. Zorak's laugh faded, buried in the ruin, and silence fell, the dunes still under a sky turning dusk. Alina straightened, her torn gown catching the last light, her voice steady despite her trembling hands. I'm Alina, daughter of the king. He trapped me to steal my life, my light. You've saved me, but the kingdom's still in shadow. Help me home." The six exchanged looks, their breaths ragged, their faces streaked with sand and sweat. They'd faced the maze, broken Zorak's hold, but the tower's fall was only the beginning. Joran grinned, legs restless. "A run back sounds good." Bram puffed out his chest. "I'll clear the way." Lena reloaded, nodding. "Anyone tries to stop us, they're mine." Tilda smiled, ears sharp. "I'll hear them coming." Kyle stretched, ready. "I'll carry what we need." Mira's form settled, fierce and true. "And I'll get us through the gates." The desert stretched wide, the kingdom far, but the six stood tall, their victory a spark in the twilight. The tale wasn't over. Alina's words promised more, but for now, they'd conquered the tower, their gifts a light against the dark. The desert dusk settled over the dunes, a soft purple veil softening the harsh gold of the day. Where the magic tower once spun, only a heap of crystal dust remained, glinting faintly under the first stars. The six companions stood in a loose circle around Alina, their breaths still ragged from the escape, their clothes torn and sand-streaked, but their spirits unbroken. The tower's hum was gone, Zorak's shadow buried beneath the rubble, and the air felt lighter, as if the world itself exhaled in relief. Alina, the princess they'd freed, stood tall despite her tattered gown, her auburn hair catching the twilight, her eyes bright with gratitude and determination. "You've saved me," she said, her voice steady now, though it trembled with the weight of what she'd endured. "I'm Alina, daughter of King Eldrick. Zorak took me to drain my life, my light, to fuel his immortality. Without you, I'd be gone, and the kingdom with me." Joran shifted on his feet, sand spilling from his boots, a grin tugging his lips. "Fastest rescue I've ever run. Worth it." Bram clapped a hand on Joran's shoulder, his breath rustling the dunes. "Aye, and a good blow to boot." That tower didn't stand a chance. Lena slung her rifle over her back, her sharp eyes softening. "Took a few shots, but we got him. You're safe now." Tilda brushed her silver hair back, her ears still faintly attuned to the desert's whispers. "We heard you, Alina. That's what brought us here." Kyle coiled his arms, a faint smile on his lanky frame. "And reached you, too. Glad these hands held up." Mira's form settled, her own face, sharp, defiant, glowing with pride, fooled him long enough to finish it. Team effort. Alina stepped closer, her hands clasped before her. "You're more than a team. You're a miracle. 6 wonders the world didn't see. I owe you everything. Come with me to the kingdom. My father will reward you. Gold, titles, a place at court, whatever you desire." The offer hung in the air, tempting and grand, a fairy tale promise of riches and recognition. The 6 exchanged glances, their bond forged in trials flickering in their eyes. The desert stretched silent around them, the wind carrying the faint scent of distant forests, and for a moment, they considered it. Joran imagining races for kings, Bram blowing fanfares, Lena guarding palaces, Tilda listening for royal secrets, Kyle building with his reach, Mira weaving disguises for her intrigue. But the thought faded as quickly as it came. replaced by a truth they'd found in the tower's dust. Joran kicked at the sand, his grin turning sly. Gold's nice, but I'd rather run free than bow to a crown. Bram nodded, his beard bristling. Aye, courts are stuffy. I'd blow the chandeliers out by mistake. Lena smirked, patting her rifle. Titles? I'd shoot them off the wall. I'm no lady in waiting. Tilda's voice was soft, her ear catching the desert's song. I've heard enough of palaces. The wild calls louder. Kyle stretched an arm, plucking a shard of crystal from the rubble. This is enough for me. Don't need walls to reach high. Mira laughed, her form steady. And me? I'd rather be anyone I choose than someone they tell me to be. Alina blinked, surprise softening into a smile. You'd turn down a kingdom's thanks? Not the thanks, Joran said, stepping forward. Just the chains that come with it. We didn't save you for gold, princess. We saved you because we could. The others nodded, their voices a quiet chorus of agreement, and Alina's smile grew, warm and knowing. Then let me give you something else, she said, reaching into her torn sleeve. She pulled a small pendant, silver, shaped like a star with 6 points. Its center a tiny crystal that caught the dusk's light. This was my mother's. Take it, not as payment, but as a bond. If you ever need me, it'll guide you back. Tilda took it, her fingers brushing the star, and tucked it into her scarf. We'll keep it safe, she promised. And you keep your kingdom safe, Alina nodded, her gaze sweeping over them. I will. Zorak's shadow lingered in my father's court. He whispered greed, fear, turned him cold. With the tower gone, I'll bring him back. The people deserve better. The 6 stepped back, their shadows stretching long across the dunes, and Alina turned east, toward the kingdom beyond the desert. Farewell, my friends, she called, her figure shrinking into the twilight, a lone star moving toward her destiny. They watched until she was gone, the sand swallowing her footsteps, and then turned to face the west, where the mountains rose like old friends. Joran stretched his legs, restless. So where to now? Bram puffed out a gust, stirring the sand. Heard there's a valley with a beast troubling folk. Could use a good blow. Lena reloaded her rifle, her smirk returning. If it's got a head, I'll shoot it. Tilda tilted her head, listening. I hear cries. Soft. Far off. People need help. Kale stretched both arms, grinning. I'll pull us there, wherever it is. Mira's face flickered, testing a new shape before settling. And I'll get us in. No doors locked to us. They laughed, the sound ringing over the dunes, a melody of freedom and purpose. They'd met as outcasts, scorned for their gifts. Joran's speed, Bram's breath, Lena's aim, Tilda's ears, Kyle's reach, Mira's guile. But the tower had forged them into something more, not heroes in crowns, but wanderers with hearts too big for palaces. They set off, Joran darting ahead, Bram clearing the wind, Lena guarding their flank, Tilda leading with sound, Kyle carrying their gear, and Mira weaving their path. The desert faded behind them, the mountains rising to meet their steps, and the kingdom they'd saved whispered their tale. Alina reached her father's court, the pendant's twin at her throat, and faced King Eldrick. The old man wept, Zorak's shadow lifting, and she took the throne, her first act a proclamation. Food to the hungry, homes to the lost, honor to the soldiers. The people cheered, and in quiet corners they spoke of sick strangers who'd toppled a tower, their names a riddle, the runner, the blower, the shooter, the listener, the reacher, the shifter. Months passed, and the six roamed, their star pendant a silent promise. They slew a beast in the valley with Bram's gust and Lena's shot, freed a village from bandits with Joran's speed and Mira's guile, rebuilt a bridge with Kael's arms and Tilda's ears. They took no gold, only bread and thanks, and moved on, the wind their guide, the wild their home. One evening, they camped on a hill overlooking a river, the fire crackling as the stars wheeled above. Joreen raced circles around the flames. Bram blew sparks into shapes, and Lena shot pebbles from the air, laughing as they burst. Tilda hummed a tune she'd heard on the wind. Kael stretched to pluck apples from a distant tree, and Mira shifted into each of them, mimicking their voices in a playful jest. The pendant hung from Tilda's scarf, its crystal glinting, a reminder of the tower, of Alina, of the choice they'd made. We could have been lords, Joran mused, flopping onto the grass, his breath quick. Aye, Bram said, blowing a ring of smoke. But lords don't get to breathe free, Lena smirked, cleaning her rifle. Or shoot what they please. Tilda smiled, her ears catching the river's song. Or hear the world sing. Kael tossed an apple to Mira, who caught it as herself. Or reach what matters. Mira bit into it, her eyes bright. Or be who we are. The fire danced. The night wrapped them close, and the six friends sat in silence, content. They'd conquered the world, not with swords or crowns, but with the gifts it had scorned, the bond it couldn't break. The fairy tale ended there, on that hill, their laughter a thread in the wind, their legend a whisper in the kingdom's heart. Six who needed no throne, only each other, and the open road ahead. Story. Das blaue Licht. The rain fell in sheets, a relentless curtain that turned the world to gray and drowned the last echoes of Hans's footsteps. He trudged through the mud-slicked forest, his boots sinking with every step, his cloak heavy with water and the weight of a decade's worth of broken promises. 10 years he'd given to the king, 10 years of blood and steel, of nights spent shivering in trenches and days spent charging into the jaws of death. He'd been a soldier, one of the best, his name whispered with awe around campfires, after battles that left fields red and skies black with smoke. But peace had come, and with it, the king's gratitude had turned to ash. Hans could still hear the court's laughter ringing in his ears, sharp and cruel, as the royal decree was read. Services no longer required, the scribe had intoned, his voice nasal and indifferent, while the king sat silent on his gilded throne, eyes averted. No pension, no land, not even a handshake, just a sack with 3 stale loaves and a shove toward the gate. The nobles had snickered, their silks rustling, as Hans stood there, hands clenched, the scars on his knuckles whitening. A dog's reward for a dog's work, one had sneered, and the rest had laughed harder. The king hadn't stopped them. He'd feared Hans, they said, later in hushed tones. Feared his loyalty, his strength, the way the men looked to him instead of the crown. Altet. So Hans was cast out, a hero turned beggar in the span of a single morning. Now, miles from the capital, the forest stretched endless around him, its trees skeletal and bare, their branches clawing at a sky that offered no mercy. The rain plastered his dark hair to his forehead, dripping into eyes that burned with a quiet, dangerous fire. He was 32, lean and hard from years of war, his face weathered beyond its time, sharp cheekbones, a jaw set like iron, a scar slicing through his left brow from a saber's kiss. His sword hung at his hip, its blade notched but still deadly, and the sack of bread dangled from his shoulder, a mocking reminder all he'd lost. He didn't know where he was going. Away, that was all that mattered. Away from the king, the court, the life that had spat him out. Night fell fast, the storm growing fiercer, lightning splitting the dark with jagged white veins. Hans's stomach growled, but he ignored it, pushing deeper into the woods until the wind drove him to seek shelter. He found it in a shallow cave, its mouth half hidden by a tangle of roots and moss. The air inside was damp and cold, but it was dry, and that was enough. He dropped the sack, sank against the rough stone wall, and pulled his cloak tighter, the chill seeping into his bones. The cave was small, barely 10 feet deep, its floor littered with leaves and the faint stink of something long dead. He didn't care. He'd slept in worse. The storm raged outside, thunder shaking the earth, and Hans sat there, staring at the dark, his mind replaying the betrayal. He'd fought for that king, bled for him, killed for him. He'd carried the banner through mud and fire, held the line when others broke, dragged wounded men back from the brink. And for what? Bread and scorn. His fists tightened, nails digging into his palms, and a bitter laugh escaped his lips, swallowed by the cave's silence. A dog's reward, he muttered, the words tasting like bile. It was then, as lightning flashed beyond the cave's mouth, that he saw it. A glint, faint but unmistakable, in the shadows at the back. Hans narrowed his eyes, leaning forward. Another flash, and there it was again, a shimmer of blue, like a star caught in the stone. Curiosity tugged at him, dulling the edge of his anger, and he stood, brushing dirt from his knees. He crossed the cave in 3 strides, his boots crunching on brittle leaves, and knelt where the light had flickered. His fingers brushed the floor, finding something smooth and cold, a metal handle, half buried in the earth. He dug, the soil giving way easily, and pulled free a small lantern no bigger than his fist. It was old, its surface tarnished but intact, its glass a deep, uncanny blue that seemed to glow even without a flame. Hans turned it over in his hands, the metal cool against his skin, and frowned. It wasn't rusted, despite the damp, and its weight felt wrong, too light for its size. A relic, maybe, lost by some traveler or thief. He traced the intricate etchings along its base, swirls and runes he didn't recognize, and held it up, peering through the glass. The blue deepened, pulsing faintly, and a shiver ran down his spine, sharp and sudden. Fool's treasure, he muttered, setting it down. But as he did, the cave flared with light, not from the storm, but from the lantern itself. The blue glow swelled, spilling across the walls, and a wisp of smoke curled from the spout, thick and shimmering. Hans scrambled back, hand on his sword, as the smoke twisted taking shape, a figure, small and hunched, no taller than his knee. It was a creature of mist and shadow, its eyes two pinpricks of green, its voice a rasp like wind through dry reeds. Master, it said, bowing low, I am bound to the blue light. Speak your will, and it is done. Hans stared, his blade half drawn, heart pounding. What the hell are you? The creature straightened, its form flickering. A servant, forged by the lamp's maker. Long have I waited for one to claim me. Name your desire, wealth, power, vengeance, and I will weave it so. He lowered the sword, skepticism warring with the evidence before him. A magic lantern? A spirit? He'd heard tales, soldiers swapping ghost stories over watered down ale, but he'd never believed them. Yet here it was, real as the rain outside. His mind raced, the king's laughter echoing again, and a dark thought took root. You'll do anything I say? Anything within my power, the spirit replied, its green eyes glinting. But beware, master. The light grants, but it does not guide. Hans's lips curled, a grim smile forming. Food, he said, testing it. A hot meal. Now. The spirit snapped its misty fingers, and the air shimmered. Before Hans stood a wooden table, rough but sturdy, laden with a feast. Roast pheasant, steaming bread, a flagon of wine, even a bowl of spiced apples. The smell hit him like a punch, rich and warm, and his stomach growled louder. He stepped forward, cautious, and tore off a piece of bread. It was real, soft, and fresh, better than anything the army had ever fed him. He ate, the spirit watching silently, and with every bite, the fire in his chest burned hotter. Gold, he said next, swallowing. A bag of it. Another snap, and a leather pouch thudded to the ground, coins spilling from its mouth. Gold, gleaming, more than he'd seen in a lifetime. Hans picked one up, testing its weight, and laughed. A harsh, jagged sound. This was no trick. This was power, raw and immediate, handed to him by chance when the world had taken everything else. He sat back, the lantern glowing beside him, the spirit hovering like a shadow. The king's face flashed in his mind, smug, cowardly, surrounded by sycophants. Hans had nothing left. No home, no honor, no future. But now he had this. A tool, a weapon. The spirit's warning lingered. It does not guide. But he pushed it aside. He didn't need guidance. He needed justice. Rest, he told the spirit, wiping his hands on his cloak. I'll call you when I'm ready. The creature bowed, dissolving into smoke that retreated into the lantern. And the blue light dimmed, leaving Hans alone with his thoughts. The storm raged on, but the cave felt different now. Less a refuge, more a forge. He clutched the lantern, its glow reflecting in his eyes, and made a vow. The king would pay, the court would kneel, and Hans, the betrayed soldier, would rise. Morning came, the rain easing to a drizzle. Hans packed the lantern into his sack, the gold hidden beneath his cloak, and stepped into the forest. The path ahead was uncertain, but the weight of the blue light steadied him. He'd been a soldier once. Now he'd be something more. The forest gave way to rolling hills as Hans pressed onward, the lantern tucked securely in his sack, its faint blue glow a secret pulsing against his chest. The storm had broken at last, leaving the air crisp and the ground sodden, but he barely noticed. His mind churned with possibilities, each step fueled by the memory of the king's indifference and the court's mocking laughter. 10 years of loyalty, repaid with crumbs and exile. Now he had something they couldn't take, a power they couldn't fathom. The spirit's words echoed in his skull. Speak your will, and it is done. Hans intended to speak loud. By midday, hunger gnawed at him again. The feast from the cave, a fading warmth. He stopped beneath a gnarled oak, its branches heavy with damp leaves, and pulled the lantern free. The blue glass caught the sunlight, refracting it into shards of color across the grass. He rubbed the metal, a gesture born of instinct, and the smoke swirled forth, the spirit materializing with its familiar bow. Master, it rasped, green eyes glinting. What is your will? Food again, Hans said, leaning against the tree. Something fit for a lord this time, and a fire so to cook it. The spirit snapped its misty fingers, and the air shimmered. A crackling fire sprang up, flames licking at a spit where a fat goose turned, its skin golden and dripping. Beside it appeared a platter, fresh bread, a wedge of cheese, a cluster of grapes, and a tankard of ale, frothy and cold. Hans stared, the absurdity of it tugging a grin from his lips. He'd eaten slop in the army, gnawed on moldy rations in the field, and now here he was, a king's banquet at his feet. He tore into the goose, grease slicking his fingers, and washed it down with the ale, the spirit watching in silence. As he ate, the gold pouch caught his eye, its coins glinting through the leather. He wiped his hands on his cloak and spilled a handful into his palm, each piece stamped with the king's profile, a cruel irony that made his jaw tighten. This is just the start, he muttered, more to himself than the spirit. They'll see what I'm worth. The spirit tilted its head, its voice a dry whisper. Gold buys much, master. What do you seek? Hans tossed a coin into the air, catching it with a flick of his wrist. Revenge, he said, the word sharp as a blade. The king threw me out like trash. I'll take his throne, his court, everything he holds dear. He'll beg before I'm done. And the spirit's eyes flickered, but it said nothing, only bowed again. Hans stood, brushing crumbs from his tunic, and a plan took shape. Rough, unpolished, but fierce. He couldn't storm the capital as a ragged soldier. They'd cut him down before he reached the gates. No, he needed cunning, a mask to wear until the moment was right. The lantern could give him that. Make me a merchant, he told the spirit, pacing now. A rich one, clothes, a horse, a carriage, goods to sell, enough to walk into the capital like I own it. The spirit raised a hand, and the air around Hans rippled. His tattered cloak vanished, replaced by a doublet of deep green velvet, its edges stitched with silver thread. A heavy purse clinked at his belt, stuffed with more gold, and boots of polished leather hugged his feet. Behind him, a carriage rolled into being, lacquered wood, gilded wheels, pulled by a pair of sleek black horses that snorted steam into the cool air, crates and barrels piled high in the back, their lids stamped with exotic seals, spices, silks, rare wines. Hans ran a hand over the doublet, the fabric smooth and foreign against his calloused skin, and laughed, a low, bitter sound. Good, he said, climbing into the driver's seat. Take me to the capital. Fast. The spirit snapped its fingers once more, and the world blurred. The horses surged forward, the forest streaking past in a haze of green and brown, the wind whipping Hans's hair. He gripped the reins, though they seemed to guide themselves, and within hours, impossibly, the spires of the capital rose on the horizon. The city sprawled beneath a sky turning gold with dusk, its walls bristling with guards, its streets alive with the hum of merchants and nobles. Hans slowed the carriage, the spirit fading back into the lantern, and pulled his hood low. He was no longer the soldier they'd cast out. He was someone new. The gates loomed ahead, flanked by sentries in the king's colors, red and gold. The sight twisting Hans's gut, he forced a smile, broad and easy, as a guard stepped forward, spear in hand. Name and business, the man barked. Johann of the Eastern Trade. Hans lied smoothly, gesturing to the crates. Spices and silks for the court, fine enough for the king himself. The guard eyed the carriage. Then the purse Hans dangled with a casual flick. A coin slipped free, glinting as it fell, and the man's scowl softened. Pass, he grunted, pocketing it, and waved Hans through. The city swallowed him, its cobblestone streets narrow and bustling. Vendors hawked wares, children darted underfoot, and nobles swept past in litters borne by sweating servants. Hans guided the carriage toward the heart of the capital, the palace a distant gleam atop its hill. He found an inn near the market square, the Gilded Stag, its sign swaying in the evening breeze. The stable boy took the horses, wide-eyed at the carriage's finery, and Hans strode inside, the lantern hidden beneath his cloak. The common room buzzed with noise, merchants haggling, drunkards singing, a bard strumming a lute in the corner. Hans dropped a gold coin on the counter, the innkeeper's eyes lighting up. Best room, Hans said. And a meal? Keep the change. The man scurried off, and soon Hans sat by a roaring fire, a plate of venison, and a flagon of wine before him. He ate slowly, listening, watching. The talk was of trade, of taxes, of the king's latest feast. No one spoke of the war, of the soldiers who'd won it. Hans's fingers tightened around the flagon, the old anger flaring. That night, in a room with a feather bed and a view of the palace, he summoned the spirit again. The lantern's glow filled the space, the smoke curling into its familiar shape. I need names, Hans said, leaning forward. The king's advisors, the ones who laughed loudest, where they live, what they want. The spirit bowed. It will be done, master. By dawn, you'll know. Good, Hans said, dismissing it. He lay back, staring at the ceiling, the plan sharpening. He'd start small, buy favor, spread gold, turn the court's greed against itself. The advisors would fall first, then the king. The lantern would make it possible, its power a blade he'd wield with precision. But as sleep claimed him, a flicker of unease stirred. The spirit's warning, it does not guide, lingered like a shadow. He'd seen what it could do: food, gold, a new life in ours. Yet it offered no counsel, no foresight. What if he misstepped? What if the king's spies were sharper than he thought? Hans pushed the doubts down, burying them beneath his resolve. He didn't need guidance. He'd survived war with less. Dawn broke, and the spirit returned, its voice a whisper as it listed names. Lord Varick, fat and fond of bribes. Lady Isolde, vain and greedy for silks. Sir Torin, a drunk with debts. Hans memorized them, their weaknesses, fuel for his fire. He dressed in his merchant's finery, the lantern tucked away, and stepped into the city, a wolf in velvet. The market square teemed with life, and Hans moved among the stalls, gold flowing from his hands. He traded spices for whispers, silks for invitations, each deal a thread in the web he wove. By noon, he'd secured a meeting with Varick, the promise of the rare wine loosening the Lord's tongue. By evening, Isolde's maid carried a bolt of silk to her mistress, a gift with Hans's name attached. He worked fast, the lantern's power smoothing every path, and the court began to notice. Johann, the Eastern trader, a man of wealth and mystery. But that night, as he stood on the inn's balcony, the palace aglow in the distance, Hans felt the first crack. A shadow moved in the alley below. Not a thief, but a figure cloaked and still, watching. He gripped the railing, the lantern's weight suddenly heavy. Someone knew, or suspected. The game had begun, and Hans realized too late that the spirit's gifts came with no shield against the consequences. The shadow in the alley lingered in Hans's mind as he stood on the balcony, the night air cool against his skin. The city sprawled below, its lanterns flickering like stars. The palace a distant crown of light atop its hill. He'd felt invincible hours ago, gold in his hands, the court bending to his will. But now doubt gnawed at him, sharp and insistent. The figure hadn't moved like a common thief. It had watched, deliberate and still, before melting into the dark. Hans gripped the railing tighter, the blue lantern's weight pressing against his chest beneath the velvet doublet. Someone was onto him, and he didn't know how much they'd seen. He retreated to his room at the Gilded Stag, locking the door and drawing the curtains. The lantern sat on the table, its glass glowing faintly, a beacon he couldn't ignore. He summoned the spirit, the smoke curling into its familiar shape, green eyes glinting in the dimness. "Who was it?" Hans demanded, his voice low. "The one watching me tonight. Tell me." The spirit tilted its head, its rasp cutting through the silence. "I see what you command, master, not what you do not. I can grant, not spy. Name a task, and it is yours." Hans's jaw clenched, frustration flaring. "Useless," he muttered, waving it away. The spirit dissolved, leaving him alone with the lantern's hum. He paced, boots silent on the rug, his mind racing. He'd been careful. Johann the merchant was a mask. His soldiers, past, buried beneath gold and lies. But the court was a nest of vipers. One wrong step, and they'd strike. He needed to move faster, tighten his grip before suspicion unraveled him. The next morning, he met Lord Varick in a private chamber off the market square, a room thick with the scent of wine and wax. The lord was a mountain of a man, his doublet straining over a belly fed by years of excess, his fingers glittering with rings. Johann, he boomed, clapping Hans on the shoulder. Your wine's a marvel, better than the king's cellars. What's your price? Hans smiled, smooth and practiced, sliding a whisk across the table. A trifle for a man of taste. But I hear you advise His Majesty. A word in his ear, perhaps. An invitation to court? Varric's eyes narrowed, then softened as Hans dropped a purse of gold beside the cask. Done, he grunted, pocketing it. Feast tomorrow night. You'll be there. Hans left the meeting lighter. Varric's greed a lever he'd pry open the palace with. Lady Isolde fell next, her vanity snared by a mirror framed in silver, her promise of a noble introduction secured. Sir Torin, bleary-eyed and stinking of ale, took a chest of coins to settle his debts, swearing to sing Johann's praises. By dusk, Hans had woven a net of favor, the court's elite whispering his name. The lantern's power flowed like a river, smoothing every path, and he felt the king's throne inching closer. But that night, as he returned to the inn, the shadow reappeared. It stood across the square, cloaked and hooded, a silhouette against the torchlight. Hans froze, hand on his sword, and this time it didn't flee. It stepped forward, revealing a glimpse of a face, young, sharp, female. Then it turned, vanishing into an alley, leaving Hans's pulse hammering. Not a spy, not a guard, something else. He needed answers. He summoned the spirit again, the room glowing blue. Tell me about this lamp, he said, holding it up. Where it came from, what it is. No games. The spirit's form flickered, its voice slower, heavier. It is old, master, forged by a witch of the northern wastes. Centuries past, she bound her soul to it, seeking eternity, a servant to grant her will. But power has a price. She misused it. Greed, wrath, dominion, and the lamp turned, claiming her. Now it waits for a master worthy, or one to damn. Hans's grip tightened, the metal cold against his palm. Damned how? Overreach, the spirit rasped. Command too much, too dark, and the light binds you. You become me, a shadow in the glass, serving forever. The words sank in, cold and heavy, and Hans set the lantern down, his breath shallow. He'd felt its power, reveled in it. Food, gold, a new life. But this was a chain he hadn't seen. And if I stop? He asked. The spirit's eyes glinted. The light is yours until you release it, but it does not forgive. Hans dismissed it, the smoke retreating, and sat hard on the bed. The lantern stared back, its glow a quiet threat. He'd thought it a gift, a weapon, but it was a trap too, one he'd walked into blind. Yet he couldn't stop now. The king was in reach, his revenge a fire that wouldn't die. He'd be careful, that was all. Use it just enough, no more. The next evening, he donned his finest velvet, the lantern hidden in a satchel, and rode to the palace for the feast. The gates swung wide, guards bowing as Varric ushered him in. The hall glittered, chandeliers dripping crystal, tables groaning with food, nobles swirling in silks and laughter. Hans played his part, charming and generous, his gold-buying smiles and whispers. The king sat at the head, a thin man with a crown too heavy for his brow, his eyes dull with wine. Hans watched him, the old rage simmering, and imagined him kneeling. But then he saw her, the shadow from the square. She stood across the hall, no cloak now, her gown a deep crimson, her hair a cascade of black, framing a face both fierce and delicate. She was young, no more than 20, with eyes like storm clouds, and she watched him, unblinking. Hans's hand brushed the satchel, the lantern's hum, faint but steady. She moved through the crowd, graceful and deliberate, and stopped before him, her voice low. "You're no merchant," she said, a statement, not a question. Hans forced a smile, bowing slightly. "Johann, of the Eastern trade, my lady. And you are?" "Elsa," she replied, her gaze cutting through him. "Princess Elsa, and I know a lie when I see one." His stomach dropped, but he kept his mask. "A bold claim, princess. What's a lie to you?" She stepped closer, her voice a whisper. "The way you move. Soldier, not traitor. The gold you throw like water. And that satchel, you guard it like a life. What's in it?" Hans's mind raced, the lantern's weight a sudden burden. "Gifts," he said smoothly. "For the court." Elsa's lips twitched, not a smile. "We'll see." She turned, gliding back into the crowd, leaving Hans cold. The princess, sharp, fearless, and onto him. He'd underestimated the palace, and now he had a foe. Later, as the feast wound down, he slipped into a corridor, summoning the spirit in a shadowed alcove. "Watch her," he ordered. "Elsa, tell me what she does." The spirit bowed. "I cannot spy, master. I can act, not see. Command a deed and it is yours." Hans cursed under his breath, dismissing it. He'd have to handle her himself. But as he returned to the hall, Elsa was gone, and a servant approached, bowing low. "The princess requests your presence," he said. "Tomorrow at noon. The gardens." Hans nodded, his smile tight, and watched the man go. A trap, maybe, or a test. Either way, she knew too much, and he couldn't risk her unraveling him, not when he was so close. He clutched the satchel, the lantern's glow seeping through, and felt the spirit's warning again. Overreach. He pushed it down, the king's face fueling him. Elsa was a problem, but the lantern would solve it. It had to. The next day, he arrived at the palace gardens, the air thick with roses and suspicion. Elsa waited by a fountain alone, her crimson gown stark against the green. She turned, her eyes locking on his, and spoke without preamble. "I know about the lamp," she said, "and I know what you want. Revenge, yes?" Hans froze, hand on the satchel, his mask slipping. "How?" "I've seen it before," she cut in. "In my father's study, old books, a blue light, a spirit. You're not the first to wield it. But you're not here for trade, are you? You're here to burn us down." He stepped back, calculating. "What do you want, princess?" She met his gaze, unflinching. "To save this kingdom. My father's a fool, corrupted by power. But I won't let it fall. Help me fix it, and I'll keep your secret. Refuse, and I'll expose you." Hans stared, the lantern humming. his revenge teetering. An ally or an enemy, she'd forced his hand, and the choice loomed, dark and inevitable. The garden air hung heavy with the scent of roses and the weight of Elsa's ultimatum. Hans stood by the fountain, its water gurgling softly, a stark contrast to the storm brewing in his chest. The princess faced him, her crimson gown vivid against the greenery, her storm cloud eyes unyielding. "Help me fix it, or I'll expose you," she'd said, her words a blade pressed to his throat. The lantern burned against his side, hidden in the satchel, its hum a constant pulse, urging him forward or warning him back. Hans's hand twitched toward his sword, instinct warring with reason, as 10 years of betrayal roared in his ears. "You don't know me," he said at last, his voice low, rough. "You don't know what they did." Elsa stepped closer, unafraid, her gaze piercing. "I know enough. A soldier, cast out, betrayed. I see it in your scars, your anger, but burning this kingdom won't heal that." Hans's jaw tightened, the king's laughter echoing in his skull, the court's sneers a lash across his pride. "It's not about healing," he snapped. "It's about justice. They owe me." "And I owe my people," she countered, her voice steady. "My father's greed starves them. His wars broke them. I won't let your revenge finish the job. The lamp can do more than destroy. Use it with me, and we'll rebuild." He stared at her, the offer dangling like a rope over a chasm. Trust a princess, the king's daughter, no less. Every fiber of him screamed, no. Royalty had chewed him up and spat him out once already. Yet her eyes held no deceit, only a fire that matched his own, tempered by something he'd lost. Hope. The lantern's weight grew heavier, the spirit's warning, overreach, a whisper he couldn't shake. He needed time, a way to test her, but Elsa's stance told him she wouldn't wait. "Prove it," he said finally, crossing his arms. "Give me something. Proof you're not just another noble playing games." Elsa nodded, as if she'd expected it. She reached into her sleeve, pulling a folded parchment, sealed with wax. "A decree," she said, handing it to him. "Signed by my father, ordering your dismissal. I stole it from his study. It names you, Hans, son of Karl, captain of the 3rd Legion. He feared you'd rally the men against him." Hans took it, his fingers trembling as he broke the seal. The words stared back, black ink on cream. The king's scrawl a gut punch. "Hans, for valor rendered, is hereby relieved. A threat to stability, no reward granted." His breath caught, the old wound tearing open. She was right. She knew him, down to the name he'd buried under Johann's mask. He crumpled the paper, his voice a growl. "Why show me this?" "To show I'm not him," Elsa said. "I want you as an ally, not a pawn. Decide now, Hans. The feast tonight, he'll be there, drunk and unguarded. It's your chance, but it's mine too." The choice loomed, stark and brutal. Trust her and pivot, or take the king and damn the cost. Hans turned away, staring at the fountain, the water rippling like his thoughts. Revenge was a fire he'd nursed for weeks, fed by the lantern's gifts. But Elsa's words gnawed at it. Burning this kingdom won't heal that. He hated her for being right, hated the crack of doubt she'd forced into his resolve. The lantern hummed louder, a siren call, and he made his choice. Tonight, he said, turning back. But I do it my way first. Then we'll see. Elsa's lips pressed thin, but she nodded. Don't cross me, Hans. You won't like the result. He left the garden, the satchel swinging at his hip, his mind a battlefield. He'd take the king down, humiliate him, strip him bare, but he'd hear Elsa out after. The lantern would give him the edge, and if she betrayed him, he'd bury her too. So. The palace glittered that night, its halls alive with music and excess. Hans entered, as Johann, velvet doublet pristine, gold flowing from his hands. The court buzzed around him. Varric's wine-soaked laughter and Isolde's simpering praise a chorus to his charade. The king sat at the high table, crown askew, his face flushed with drink, oblivious to the wolf in his midst. Elsa stood nearby, her crimson gown a beacon, her eyes tracking Hans, with a mix of warning and expectation. He waited, the feast stretching into hours, until the king's head lolled, his guards distracted by ale and dancers. Hans slipped into a shadowed alcove, summoning the spirit. The blue glow flared, the smoke curling into its form. Take the king, he whispered. Bind him, gag him, and lock him in his own dungeon. Now, the spirit bowed, vanishing, and moments later, a ripple passed through the hall. The king's chair sat empty, his crown clattering to the floor. Gasps rose, nobles scrambling, guards shouting, but no one saw the shadow that whisked him away. Hans smiled, cold and sharp, and moved through the chaos. The lantern's power a thrill in his veins. He found the dungeon stairs. Descending into damp stone and flickering torchlight, the king knelt in a cell, wrists bound with spectral chains, a gag of mist silencing his muffled. Hans's doing, perfect and precise. The spirit hovered beside him, green eyes glinting, as Hans stepped closer, pulling the gag free. The king sputtered, eyes wide with terror. You, Johann, what is this? No, Johann, Hans said, leaning in. Hans, the soldier you threw away. Remember me now? The king paled, recognition dawning. You can't. I can, Hans cut in, voice ice. You took everything. Now I take you. He turned to the spirit. Strip him. Leave him here till morning. Let them find their king naked and broken. The spirit snapped its fingers, and the king's robes vanished, leaving him shivering, a pathetic heap. Hans stepped back, satisfaction burning hot, until the dungeon shook, the lantern flaring blue, its light blinding. The spirit's voice rasped, urgent. One command more, master, and the light claims you. Hans froze, the king's whimpers fading as the warning sank in. Overreach. He'd pushed too far, the line too close. The spirit's eyes bored into him, and at fear, real, raw, clawed his gut. Footsteps echoed. Elsa storming down the stairs, her face thunderous. What have you done? She demanded, seeing the king, the spirit, the lantern's glow. Justice, Hans said, but his voice wavered. This isn't justice, she snapped, grabbing his arm. It's madness. The court's in chaos. Riots are starting. You've lit a fuse, Hans. He yanked free, the lantern pulsing, He deserved it. And the kingdom? She shot back. I told you, the lamp's cursed. My father's puppet to it, like you're becoming. End this, or we all burn. The spirit loomed, its form sharpening, and Hans saw it. The witch's fate, his own, a shadow in the glass. The king sobbed, the dungeon trembled, and Elsa's words hit hard. He's a puppet. The lantern's light surged, a tide pulling him in, and Hans faced the choice. Finish it, damn himself, or break free. He clutched the lantern, its heat searing, and roared, Take him back! Undo it! The spirit hesitated, then obeyed. The king vanished, reappearing in the hall above, clothed, dazed, as if nothing had happened. The light dimmed, the spirit shrinking, but its eyes lingered, a promise of return. Hans sank against the wall, breath ragged, the taste of victory souring to ash. Elsa knelt beside him, fierce but soft. You stopped. That's enough for now. Hans laughed, bitter and broken. Enough? I'm nothing again. No, she said, gripping his shoulder. You're free. Help me finish this. Right. The lantern sat between them, quiet but alive, its curse unbroken. Hans stared at it, the king's fear etched in his mind, and knew the real fight was just beginning. The dungeon's damp air clung to Hans as he slumped against the stone wall, the lantern's faint blue glow casting long shadows across the cell. His chest heaved, the taste of his near victory bitter on his tongue, the king's terrified sobs still ringing in his ears. He'd stopped short, undone the command, spared himself the spirit's curse, but the fire of revenge had guttered out, leaving only embers of exhaustion and doubt. Elsa knelt beside him, her crimson gown pooling on the filthy floor, her hand firm on his shoulder. You're free, she'd said, her voice a lifeline in the dark. But Hans didn't feel free. He felt hollow. The lantern sat between them, its light dim but alive, a quiet threat pulsing in its glass. Hans stared at it. The spirit's warning, one command more, and the light claims you, a chain he'd barely escaped. Above, the palace buzzed with confusion, the king restored to his throne, dazed but unharmed. The court, none the wiser. Hans's hands trembled, the velvet doublet torn at the sleeve, his soldier's scars stark against the finery. He'd come so close, close to breaking the king, close to losing himself. And for what? Elsa stood, brushing dirt from her gown, her eyes fierce despite the weariness in her frame. We're not done, she said, extending a hand. The lamp's still here. My father's still a puppet. Help me end it. Hans looked up, her words cutting through the fog. End it how? You saw what it almost did to me. By breaking it, she replied, resolute. The books in his study, they say the lamp's curse can be undone, but only by its master's will. You have to release it, Hans. For good. He took her hand, pulling himself up, the lantern's weight dragging at his side. And if it takes me with it? It won't, she said, though her voice held a flicker of doubt. You stopped. That's strength. Use it now. Hans gripped the lantern, its metal warm, almost alive, and nodded. He didn't trust her fully. Not yet. But he trusted the emptiness less. Revenge had been his compass, and without it, He needed something to hold to. Elsa led him up the stairs, through shadowed corridors, past guards too flustered to notice. The palace hummed with chaos, nobles shouting, servants scrambling, but no one stopped them. They reached the Tank's study, a chamber of dark wood and dust, its shelves groaning with tomes and scrolls. Elsa lit a candle, its flame dancing as I pulled a leather-bound book from a high shelf. She flipped through brittle pages, stopping at a passage written in a jagged script. "Here," she said, pointing. "The witch bound her soul to the lamp, but a master can unbind it, command the spirit to destroy its vessel. It ends the curse, frees them both." Hans leaned over, the words blurring in his tired eyes. "And the king?" Elsa's jaw tightened. "He's tied to it, manipulated, not cursed. When it's gone, he'll be himself again. Weak, but not wicked." He snorted, a bitter edge to it. "Still a coward." "Maybe," she said, meeting his gaze. "But I'll deal with him. You don't have to." The lantern hummed louder, as if sensing its fate, and Hans set it on the desk, the blue light spilling across the room. He summoned the spirit, the smoke swirling into its hunched form, green eyes glinting with something new. Anticipation, perhaps, or fear. "Master," it rasped, bowing low. "Your will?" Hans hesitated, the weight of 10 years pressing down. Betrayal, rage, the promise of justice. He'd wielded the lamp like a sword, cut his way to the king's throat, only to pull back. Now it stared at him, a mirror to his choices. "Destroy it," he said at last, voice steady. "Break the lamp. End this." The spirit's form flickered, its eyes widening. "You release me?" "Yeah," Hans said, stepping back. "Go." The spirit straightened, a rare tremor in its rasp. "Freedom, after centuries." It raised its misty hands, and the lantern flared, the blue light surging into a blinding blaze. The glass cracked, a high-pitched whine filling the air, and Hans shielded his eyes as Elsa grabbed his arm, pulling him toward the door. The room shook, shelves toppling, scrolls scattering, and with a final, deafening snap, the lantern shattered. A gust of wind roared through, carrying the spirit's fading laugh. Relief, not malice, and then silence. The light was gone. Shards of blue glass littered the floor, dull and lifeless. The curse's hum extinguished. Hans exhaled, a weight lifting he hadn't known he carried. Elsa released his arm, her breath ragged, and they stood there, the study a wreck around them. "It's done," she said, voice soft but firm. "You did it." Hans didn't reply, his eyes on the fragments. He'd lost the power, the tool that had remade him. But he didn't feel empty now, just tired and strangely whole. Morning broke over the capital, the palace quieting. As the king emerged from his stupor, Hans watched from a balcony as Elsa confronted him in the throne room below, her voice carrying through the open doors. "You've failed them," she said, her tone steel. "Step down, father. Let me fix this." The king, pale and trembling, nodded, his crown slipping as he sank into his chair. The court murmured, stunned, but no one challenged her. Elsa turned, her crimson gown a banner, and took the throne. Her first decree a call for food to the villages, justice to the soldiers. Hans saw it from above, a flicker of respect stirring. She'd meant it, every word. A guard approached him later, bearing a sword, simple, well made, its hilt wrapped in leather. From the princess, the man said, bowing. She says you've earned it. Hans took it, the weight familiar, a soldier's tool, not a merchant's prop. He strapped it to his hip, the velvet doublet discarded for a plain tunic from his satchel. Elsa found him as he prepared to leave, her crown new and unadorned, her eyes softer now. You're going, she said, not a question. Yeah, Hans replied, adjusting the sword. Not my place, this. Too many walls. She nodded, understanding. You could stay. We need men like you. He smirked, a ghost of his old fire. You've got enough. Besides, I'm better out there. And Elsa handed him a pouch. Not gold, but silver, practical and earned. For the road, she said. And if you ever come back, there's a place. Hans took it, meeting her gaze. Take care of them, princess. They deserve it. I will, she promised, and he believed her. He left the palace, the city fading behind him as he walked west, the forest calling, the sword swung at his side, the silver clinking faintly, and for the first time in weeks, he felt light. No lantern, no curse, just himself. He'd been a soldier, a merchant, a man on the edge of ruin, and now he was something else. A wanderer, maybe, or a blade for hire. The villages beyond the capital whispered of bandits, of beasts in the hills, and Hans figured he'd find work there, protecting those the king had forgotten. The sun climbed higher, the road stretching long and open. Hans thought of the lamp, its power, its trap, and the choice he'd made. Revenge had been a chain, heavier than any curse, and he'd broken it, not with steel, but with a word. The spirit's laugh lingered, a faint echo of freedom, and he wondered if it had found peace, too. In the capital, Elsa ruled, her light spreading through a kingdom scarred but healing. The people spoke of her ascent, and in taverns, of a soldier who'd vanished, a name half remembered, a shadow who'd shifted the tide. Hans didn't care for the tales. He walked on, the forest rising to meet him, his steps steady, his heart his own.